Sabres season opener begins, and it is a shutout loss for the Buffalo Sabres. A 4-0 defeat at the hands of the New York Rangers. It was 1-0 for the majority of the game, but 3 late goals by the Rangers, including 1 empty netter with under 3 minutes to go, has the final score at 4-0. So no goals on opening night. Igor Shesterkin stops 37 against the Sabres. Also, Josh Norris left the game late with an injury, was very late, did not return. See about his status in the next couple of days. So the Sabres begin the season with a loss. Next up for them will be Saturday at 7 o'clock at the Boston Bruins, who have won each of their first 2 games on the season. Last night on Thursday Night Football, Jackson Dart impresses and beats the Philadelphia Eagles. Giants 34, Philadelphia 17. Dart threw for 195 and a touchdown, but he also added 58 on the ground with a rushing touchdown. The Giants go to 2-4 on the year. The Eagles lose again. They drop to 4-2. To the Bills, injury report, first of the week yesterday, and Ed Oliver was back on the field. There's been optimism about him playing this week. He was limited. Taylor Rapp limited with a nose injury. Curtis Samuel was limited with neck and rib injuries. Dorian Williams returns to the practice field. He was limited, as was Deion Dawkins, Damar Hamlin, and Dalton Kincaid popped up on the Bills injury report with an oblique injury. The only 2 players not participating, linebacker Matt Milano, pectoral injury, and defensive tackle TJ Sanders, knee injury. Finally, in baseball, last night the Dodgers beat the Phillies in extra innings to win the series in 4. Cubs shut out the Brewers 6-0, sending that series to a Game 5. So Tigers-Mariners Game 5 is today at 8 o'clock, and then Cubs-Brewers is Saturday at 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
It's all Bills all day. Buffalo Bills Football Friday, exclusively on WGR Sports Radio 550.
Brought to you by Northwest.
Good morning. It's a Football Friday here on WGR. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today in a beautiful fall morning. We got a football game from last night to talk about. We've got a Bills game coming up on Monday to get to in a little over, 48 hours. The Bills will play the Falcons in Atlanta. Great Jersey matchup. Lot to get to on that front. We've got Sal coming up a little bit later on in the 8 o'clock hour. Scott Pianowski in the 9 o'clock hour to talk some fantasy in the league as a whole. Maybe a little bit on last night's Thursday Night Football game because the Giants with Jackson Dart. If you were wondering about Brian Daboll being the Bills' offensive coordinator, if Joe Brady was going to get a head coaching job, I don't know that he's going to lose his job the way that quarterback looks and the way that team has been playing. I know they lost the Saints last week, but that quarterback looks really good. So a little bit on that today as well. What else is happening? Am I missing anything? What am I missing? Owen, what am I missing? Anything? The Phillies. Of course, the Phillies. Pitcher throws their season away.
Yeah, that was tough.
Just the image for all time of the Phillies pitcher running to the ball and the catcher pointing to first base. Throw it there. Yeah. Throw it there. And, of course, what happens next is he throws it over the catcher's head. Game over. Season over. That's got to be a tough feeling.
Not so good. Yeah, not so good. That's ugly.
What else happened? The hockey team. The hockey. Let's start with the Sabres. We were there last night. It was fun. It was a fun time. It was, it is great to see everybody when you're back. It is kind of like a reunion. You have no idea who you're going to see. I mean, I saw people I hadn't seen in. I saw a friend I hadn't seen since high school yesterday. Other people that you haven't seen in a while. Just like it's cool. Everyone's back in the arena. Hey, we're all back. Let's have some fun. But you didn't get a goal.
Not too much fun.
We didn't get a goal. We got the goal song, which was introduced before the game, which is good they did that, smartly. I guess, because we wouldn't have known otherwise. I also cannot believe, and I do not believe, that have you met a single person that wanted that goal song?
I
don't know a single person. I really don't. And I've asked people, do you know somebody that wanted? Nope. Yeah. Nobody knows anybody that wanted that goal song.
It just didn't. It felt like that was tracking the whole way, and just ended up being exactly what we kind of all were ready for there. So
how about the game though? Well, so the Sabres fall in their opening night. If you got a thought on the game that you want to get across, 803-0550 is the phone number. Maybe you just want to mock me and Jeremy for getting hopeful yesterday. I spent much of the offseason not being hopeful, thinking, no, they're not doing this the right way. The things, I mean, if you go back on, I can find tweets about, like, what was my concern? It was you took away goal scoring and you didn't replace it. So you're going to be tougher to play against. You're going to be better defensively. Where are the goals going to come from?
Right.
And 23 days ago now, Kevin Adams, when he did his introductory press conference at training camp, he was asked, hey, J.J. Peterka traded away. It's a lot of offense. How, and you didn't really add many goal scorers, really didn't add any goal scorers during the offseason. Anybody that offense would be their bread and butter, how are you going to replace that? And Adams, quote, said, honestly, it's less about who's replacing the goals and how are we not giving up as many. Lindy gave the same sentiment when he was asked about that at the beginning of training camp. Does this team have enough offense? Let's steer the question to, let me tell you why we're going to be better at keeping the puck out of our own net. And for much of last night, the Sabres were better at keeping the puck out of their own net. Lyon looked great. And I'd love to hear your thoughts on him last night, because I know it ends up being 4. It's 3 on him.
But he
thought it was the only reason they were in the game in the first period.
Exactly. I thought he was, because of what the opportunity he provided them to win the game, I thought he was their best player last night.
Right.
I know he gave up 3, but he gave them every chance to get in that game and score a goal and win it.
Right.
And they just never came alive.
And
it
I know
just never came up for him.
I know they're missing pieces last night. I know Zach Benson's not in the lineup. I know Owen Power is not in the lineup, and he's a defenseman, but that is not as good of an offensive team when he's not out there, when you have him on a second pair. So, yes, they have injuries. But, I mean, come on. 23 days ago, a very fair question was asked to this team, this organization, about where are the goals going to come from, and the answer that was given was, we're going to stop the puck from going in the net. And fast forward to opening night, and they got shut out.
Yeah.
So it's not all bad. Did they get goalied in this game? Did Shesterkin play great? He did.
This is the conversation we had yesterday about the phrase getting goalied.
Yeah.
He played well, but the team didn't give up anything because the Sabres didn't generate anything of any kind of significant value.
That's what my thought was when last night Rasmus Dahlin in postgame was talking about the game and like what went wrong. He's like, Shesterkin, man, like you gotta give it up to him. Like Shesterkin's one of the best in the world. He is, but I had the same reaction when I heard Dahlin last night say that. I thought it's not like the Sabres were buzzing around the net all night. Like the 37 shots, a lot of them were just coming from the point, were coming from the wall. Like I don't think that they were getting quality scoring chances. And these Zucker shots from outside or these Malenstein shots from the point, like most of the players on this team aren't good enough shooters, goal scorers, to capitalize on chances like that. Tage might be able to score from those spots.
Right.
Norris, the hope would be able to score from those spots, but more than half your forwards, 80% of your forwards, are not scoring from the distances on that they were testing Shesterkin on probably any goaltender.
Right. And you're doing it on a Vezina caliber guy that's a world beater.
So did they play well? Like, sure, show me the deservometer where they were 70% to win. But I don't think that formula last night where we were good defensively, our goalie made saves, but all our shots from the outside, and we don't have top goal scorers. That formula, that's not the formula.
No. I mean, you need to be able to generate more dangerous offensive looks than the team was able to get to last night. Like, there's no reason that they should be in a spot where they can't get one by Shesterkin and make his job a little tougher. Like, he made a lot of things look really easy. I will give him that. And he did a good job of just swallowing pucks on the few good chances that the Sabres did generate. But they can't expect to have the opportunities that they had and just waste it away on the power play and waste it away as the game goes on through 5-on-5.
Yep.
It was ugly. It did not look good. And their second period I thought was really effective, but again, they just didn't generate all that great of offensive chances and couldn't quite capitalize. And that's it at the end of the day when you can't, and when your best players don't go out there and just get one for you, right? Like, I thought Tage looked good, but just off enough on a few of his good chances that you would expect and want him to finish on. That they just couldn't do it. And that's a backbreaker. If you don't get good offensive puck movement and your stars can't give you one, you're in trouble.
Yep. 0 for 4 on the power play. 0 for 4 on the power play. Right back to that. Right? Like, it's just, will the goals come? Because I was a little bit skeptical of that. I had become convinced over recent weeks. Enough smart people in the sport that I read are like, no, I think they got enough depth up front that they're going to have their goals. And they're missing Benson, but Benson scored 10 goals last year. Like, I think I think he could be a great player and already is a valuable player. But I've always said I think he's more of an assist guy anyway. So that counts, No Benson, but this team shouldn't be getting shut out by anybody. But night one. Not the start that you wanted from the Sabres. 803-0550 is the phone number. Paul in Akron's got a thought on last night's game. What's up, Paul?
This is the dead volcano from yesterday morning. Just calling back. Because I told you I wanted to call you a couple of years ago, and I wanted to have a little bit of a rebuttal for the guy that called in after me. And he said that I was a Debbie Downer. I just wanted to say, there you go. The Sabres proved it to you. This is why they're losing fans like me. I did not watch the game last night. I heard it on the radio this morning through you guys, and then I looked it up, and I was just kind of snickering to myself like I was right. And I'm not buying in. And anybody else who buys in, that's, I guess, good for them, but I'm just not doing it. And the guy that called in after me, there you go. Hope you enjoyed the game.
Yeah,
Guys, have a good morning.
Yeah, thanks, Paul. I mean, not everybody is buying in. It's one game. If you did buy in, maybe this kills your enthusiasm a lot. But it can very easily be turned right around with a win against Boston on Saturday. I'm not optimistic about them beating Colorado on Monday.
That's tough.
Like you just don't want it to snowball. You don't want it to get into 3 losses to begin the year, 4 losses to begin the year. Because, anyone that is many fans are like Paul there. They're just like, I'm not buying in the first place. Call me when they're good. My brother is that way.
Yeah.
Like, he's not as big a hockey fan as I am. He's a bigger football fan. But he bought in a couple years ago, and he got into it, and then it all kind of fell apart, and he said the same thing to me that I'm sure a lot of fans was, call me when they're good again. And I haven't called them.
Right.
Not about that, at least, obviously. That's that fan. And there are also fans, I think, that would have got up for last night, like, all right, let's go, but how much rope are you willing to give them? It's probably not a lot. Like, for many, one shutout loss like that might be all it takes. It's not just also that it was a shutout loss. Like, why did the Rangers, why were they able to, and why did it look like maybe they were trying to give this, take your shots from the outside, keep your puck possession in the offensive zone, but we're not letting you into any of the dangerous areas. They got a lead 1-0, and they dominated the first part of the game.
Yeah.
Shots were 12-2 at one point.
How you can come out that flat in your home opener in a season like this is unimaginable.
Give the fans something to cheer about early. Give them something, because the vibes went down fast even before they had given up the 1-0 lead.
Right, because they were getting dominated. I mean, they could not get out of their own end for the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yep.
And it just killed any positive feeling in that building that I felt like wanted to get excited about.
I was going to say, didn't it feel like the building was ready, though, at any second?
100%.
There were the little scrums behind the net with the Tage-Zucker line that were getting into it. There were chances. They were starting to really get chances end of the first and into the second.
Yeah.
And you could feel that people were ready. Just to, come on, give me something to get excited about.
I was up in the press box with Zach Jones, and I said to him, I think at some point in the second period, get one, and this place is going to blow up.
Yep.
They are ready for this to happen and this to be a game here for you to tie this up.
Yep.
And they just never could. They played well in the second in a way that I felt really good coming out of that period, thinking they just keep going here. You'll connect on a few passes and not look so sloppy, and you'll get one by Shesterkin. And they just never could quite get there. And that building just died a slow death of just waiting for them to do something to get excited about, and they just never gave it to them.
Yep. How do we feel about how'd it go? A goon being in the lineup for the Sabres last night for the first time in 10 years.
Play 4 minutes.
How'd that go?
Take a penalty and sit in the box for 2.
Yep.
Sweet.
The most predictable thing ever. So me and Jeremy went to the game last night, and I think when his first shift, so maybe a minute and a half in, I said out loud, how over under 10 minutes until Geertsen takes a dumb penalty.
Right.
And sure enough, it was at the 5-minute mark.
Yeah.
Guy that can't skate, not at the level of NHL players. His stick is reaching because he's not a great skater. And the stick is in the guy's feet. It's a penalty.
Yeah.
And then he plays 7 shifts. That's it. It's 4 minutes. So, tell me about all the intensity that he's providing for them at practice. I can't believe that we've gone that far backwards with at least this specific player and mindset. That there's an enforcer back on the Sabres. One of your 12 can't play the sport at the level that anybody else on the ice can.
It feels cyclical, doesn't it? I mean, from the time that this drought started, it was, we're going to get meaner and tougher and harder to play against because Lucic bulldozed Ryan Miller. And here we are.
There's John Scott vibes to it.
Exactly.
Right. It's just the Tage Devils hit is just a smaller version of the Lucic Miller hit.
And you just
100%.
you want to hope that, the game has shifted a little more to that physical side. Like maybe it will make a difference. And just last night, you just saw the reason that the game got away from it. You saw a guy that just wasn't able to functionally play the game the way it's played now at the speed it's played at. And it's tough.
Rempe for that too, by the way. You can see there's two guys on the ice that stand out.
Right.
They're very different. They're ECHL players, as Paul even put it the other day, that are out there. So I guess each team had one, and it's not the reason they lost, although he was on the ice when they gave up the first goal of the game. But whatever. It's 4-0. It's against the Rangers to start the season. Lyon, positive thoughts, though? Lyon,
I mean,
I was not ready to show up this morning. The way we talked yesterday, I thought, I'm expecting them to look good, and I'm really, really worried about the goaltending. The flip end actually maybe happened is they didn't score a goal, but I kind of felt pretty good about how the goalie looked.
I loved his game last night. I know, you end up giving up 4, and it looks kind of lopsided, and his save percentage isn't going to be any good off of that game. But I thought he made an unbelievable first save of the game off of a one-timer shot. Glove save to just
20
settle
seconds in.
right in, which was a really, really solid start. Like that just gives your team a second to okay, we could have given one up there. We didn't. Our guy bailed us out. Let's get rolling. And they did not do that. And he was their best player in the first period by a mile, in my opinion. He looked calm and confident. He read plays really, really well. Everything that could have gotten eaten up by him got eaten up. Everything that touched his chest protector stayed in his chest protector, and he did a great job of providing them every opportunity to win that game. And you need a goal. You give them a performance like that through whatever it was, 47 minutes, that you give them a 1-goal deficit to come back out of, and your team can't give you one, and that's all you can ask of a goalie, really. You're never expecting your guy to play any better than Lyon did last night, I don't think.
Yeah, at least in the first 57 minutes.
You're not getting much better than that on a consistent basis. There'll be an outlier game here or there where you'll get a really good night out of a guy.
Yeah.
But if that's what you're getting out of Lyon consistently, you're going to win games if you can score.
Yeah.
So you've got to score.
Yep.
So I thought he played really well. I'm encouraged by it. I think he's back in there on Saturday against Boston.
I would definitely put him right back out there. Norris is hurt. Again, I mean, that was... Could it have been any faster? I saw a couple from around the league, Greg Wyshynski was one who's this is not surprising, but it's almost ridiculous that it happened that quickly. One game in, we just had him on the other day talking about how all the training work that he did in the offseason with the Sabres' new strength and conditioning team that he has a relationship with, and how he's never felt better going into a year. You do kind of, you're frustrated, but you also do feel for a guy like that because he is a good player, and the guy just can't stay on the ice, and his career is being derailed in front of our eyes because he just can't stay on the ice. And man, it's one night, right? And it's one game. They're not going to get shut out every night. They're probably not going to get shut out on Saturday. I think they win on Saturday. Boston's won their first 2 games. I still think that's a bad hockey team.
I totally agree.
Colorado, I'm not so confident about, but they're not going to. It's not going to look that bad every night. But it just happened to be at the start of the year. The Norris injury, though, is the long-term thought you should be having this morning.
Oh yeah,
because if this is going to continue like this, where it's 3 games for the Sabres last year, and he's injured. And this year it's 1 game for the Buffalo Sabres, and he's injured. And all the past injuries that he had in Ottawa, he's never played a full year. If this is going to persist, we got a bigger problem than even just this season.
Oh, yeah.
He is under contract for a long time. He's under contract till 2030. At $7.95 million a year. I mean, if he can't play the sport more than 50 games a year, at that number, it's just that's not great. So that's not a great thought to have this morning.
I heard Paul on my way home from the game say, like, if he's out long term, this team's going nowhere.
I mean, Kulik is your number one center suddenly, and maybe you don't hate that much, but it's you get thin quick.
You
get thin quick.
I was counting on Norris to replace a lot of that Paterka offense.
Right.
That's what, and the team obviously is too. That's the clear. This is where that's coming from.
Yeah.
And if it's gone, good luck.
I did like Josh Stone last night.
Very, very.
He might have been my favorite player on, I think, of the forward group at least. He might have been. I mean, because Dahlin was amazing as he normally is. He was incredible. But I thought Doan showed some really, really nice things in his first game. So if I'm thinking positively, like Doan looked good, really good. Thought Zucker looked good.
Yep.
Mostly. Don't think Krebs should probably go back on the top line at any point. But I think Doan was a bright spot last night for sure. 803-0550 is the phone number if you've got a thought on the Sabres. We'll talk to Paul at 7:30 for a little bit more on last night's game and looking ahead and now this Norris injury and what that could mean. There's a lot to get to on that front. Some football, of course, when we come back. It's a football Friday here on WGR. Bills and Falcons coming your way on Monday night. I got a stat on the Falcons that I want to get to. The Bills are really weak at one thing, and it might really, really be tested on Monday night. We'll get to that when we return. You got a thought on the Sabre game or the upcoming Bills game, give us a phone call. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. This is WGR. Sabres get shut out in their season opener, 4-0 against the New York Rangers. And to add injury to insult, Josh Norris, injured late in the game, did not return. Didn't get a full update on that, obviously, yet, so we'll see how that progresses going into tomorrow night as the Sabres will be at the Boston Bruins. Last night on Thursday Night Football, Giants beat the Eagles 34-17. Jackson Dart looking very good for the Giants again. They go to 2-4. Eagles drop to 4-2 with back-to-back losses for Philly. To the Bills, they had a pretty lengthy injury report, and only two players were out, Matt Milano and TJ Sanders. Neither of those two players practiced yesterday. A lot of players that were limited. Taylor Rapp with a nose injury. Ed Oliver, ankle injury. There's a lot of optimism he could return this week. Curtis Samuel was limited. So was Dorian Williams, Dalton Kincaid, DeMar Hamlin, and Deion Dawkins. Baseball last night. The NLDS Dodgers win in extra innings, 2-1 against the Phillies. They advance to the NLCS. Cubs beat the Brewers 6-0 to force a Game 5. Tonight is Tigers and Mariners at 8. Winner goes on to play the Blue Jays. Saturday, Brewers, Cubs. Winner goes on to play the Dodgers. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
High slot with it, holds it, sends it to the net, bouncing puck, far post, they score. Lyon got a piece of it, but a reach around with the stick. And it's the Rangers who strike first, and again, a failed clear by the Sabres winds up in the back of the net.
To your moments of the game, brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Sabres fall 4-0. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. It is also a Football Friday here on WGR, which is brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash, call Celino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. If you've got a thought on the Sabres, you want to get in on last night's loss, maybe you're angry, maybe you were already checked out, and you want to get in, feel free at 803-0550. Bills and Falcons on Monday Night Football, and this is going to be a great jersey matchup. I think we got probably a Manning cast, I think, because there are two games. You also get Commanders and Bears that night. Thank you, NFL, for making the Bills-Falcons game the earlier of the two. We get a nice 7:15 kickoff, which you gotta love. So this game on Monday, I saw a stat yesterday that I think will matter a lot going into this game, the way the Bills have looked, the things they have struggled at, the things that Atlanta are very good at, and we can make this improving the game plan. Brought to you by Blue Star Home Services, your heating and cooling experts ready to improve your home's comfort plan. Get started at BlueStarHS.com. The Bills have been a bad tackling team so far this season. Bad tackling team. In fact, you look at some of the best players in the league at forced missed tackle rate, and who's number one? A guy that's played the Bills, Kendre Miller, who did he break 6 tackles on the 1 touchdown run that he had? He did probably a lot of his damage right then and there. So he is number 1 in football in tackles avoided per carry, almost 40% rate. Number 2 in the league, to nobody's surprise, is Bijan Robinson, who the Bills will see on Monday. And if it's going to be another one of these, hey, this team's going to try to run on you games, how the Bills fare in that, they did just look pretty good doing it against New England. Like New England, how they beat the Bills was not what they really set out to do at the outset. If you watched how the Patriots played the Bills in the first half of that game, they were lining up with a lot of I formation, a lot of fullback, a lot of 2 tight end sets, and they were trying to run the ball right at the Bills, and they really weren't having a ton of success doing that. It was only when they started to open things up with May and threw the ball to Diggs. I mean, Diggs got the first pass of the game, and then he didn't catch another pass until I think it was the 4th drive of that game between the Bills and the Patriots. So what was their original plan? I mean, they came out thinking they were going to run it all over the Bills. And how did that end? 22 carries for 71 yards. That was it. And Drake May led them in yards per carry in the game with 3 for 12. The other three running backs for New England, 6 for 24 for Henderson, 6 for 21 for Gibson, 7 for 14 for Stevenson. Like, the Bills had no problem stopping the run against New England. I think that's just more, though, of they can stop the run. I think when they want to stop the run, they're more able to do that. If they got to pick their poison. Look at the Ravens last year in the playoff game. The Ravens were one of the top rushing attacks historically. And when the Bills decided we're going to sell out to stop Derrick Henry, they could do that. You're just going to be giving up giant Lamar Jackson plays. But if you need to take away the run game, you can do that. And they did that in that playoff game. They did that last week against New England. And I think that's what Monday's game plan looks like, is you're playing. I mean, if Dorian Williams is ready to go, we'll see like what the 3 linebacker personnel would be. But they've been playing more base with 3 linebackers. I think that helps them stop the run. I think Shaq Thompson has had a really great start to the year. So if you want to line up that way and say, yeah, we're going to stop Bijan, and we're going to make Michael Penix beat us. Last week, that happened. Drake May beat you. I don't think Michael Penix is as good as Drake May is. I don't think he's actually maybe even close to as good as Drake May is.
I agree with that. I think I'd feel more comfortable about essentially getting the same out of the defense that we got last week from the Bills.
Yep.
And feel confident enough that they're going to win that game, because you think that the offense isn't going to look how it looked last week. And I don't fear Michael Penix Jr. anywhere near as much as I fear Drake May.
No, not at all.
I just think that he's looked a lot shakier at times than May has.
Yeah, May
and I'd like to see I'd like to see the him just like be forced to win it for his team.
He also is not mobile like May, so
Right.
if you get quick pressure on him, like the Daquan Jones play where he comes right through and May's able to hold him off and throw a ball,
Right.
Michael Penix isn't making that play.
No.
He's not making that play. No. He's not like non-athletic. Like, he's not a total statue, but he's pretty immobile for for a lot of guys that entered the league now. 24th in the league EPA per play is Penix. Drake May is 8th.
Yeah.
So you're getting a big difference between the two quarterbacks. I mean, here are the quarterbacks below Penix on the year in EPA per play. Carson Wentz, Jake Browning, Aaron Rodgers, Bryce Young, Joe Flacco, Caleb Williams. Jeez. How about Caleb Williams being that low, by the way?
Crazy.
It's almost stunning, because I thought he was having a better year.
Rodgers being that low with the Steelers winning is interesting, too.
Yeah. So you're not playing as good of a quarterback. I think if you shut down Bijan, it's a lot to do.
Yeah, that's
a lot to do.
That's a big ask. I mean, Bijan is a freak. He's really special, and he can make guys miss, and guys miss on this defense.
Yeah, like Bernard having a tough game is very much in sight.
Right.
He's downhill making tackles like that in space. Like, we'll see if he's able to pull that off, but I think that's what Atlanta probably does against the Bills. And I'm not saying that every time the Bills want to shut down the run, they can, but I do just see these examples that they're able to do it, and I think we just saw one a week ago.
And the other thing about that is you got to think that with how young this defensive line is in spots, that it'll continue to sort of improve as the season progresses, in addition to the guys are going to get back. That's obviously not for this week, but going forward after this, you're going to have Hoyt and Ogunjobi, who are going to be nice factors to stop the run a little more effectively. And you'd hope just developmentally that your rookies in Walker and Sanders can continue to get their legs under them and become more effective, consistent players, which is what it's why I have a little more faith in that defensive line being improved internally than I do about the secondary. The secondary, I think you're in trouble because it doesn't sound like they've got a lot of confidence in Hairston coming back and being effective. And where else are you looking there?
You need help from the outside.
Right.
Probably.
So, that's where I'm at with that. Like, I think the line and the run defense is in a much more comfortable position for the team as they move forward than that secondary is.
803-0550 is the phone number. Get a quick Sabre call in here. 4-0 loss last night in the opener. Carl in Minnesota is first up. What's up, Carl?
Hey, good morning, guys.
Morning.
I can't catch it online, so if you mentioned this already...
Nope, you're good.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
But, I heard you say right off the bat, made me call, you and Jeremy were fooled in the offseason and believing in this team. But, I mean, doesn't the same argument apply to the Bills? These guys really didn't play a full team together off season. In the preseason, this is really their very first game, and they don't even have their real team out there right now. What are they missing, like 6, 7 guys? I think there's a little overreaction, and give me more than one game before you say you were a fool.
Well, yeah.
Let me just finish and comment. And I will say this: his hard camp seemed to have maybe backfired because you got a lot of guys with soft tissue injuries. So anyway.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say, don't throw in the towel yet, okay, all right?
Yeah, thanks, Carl. I don't think we're throwing in the towel. I mean, maybe it sounds like I said we were fooled. I think what I said is you feel like you're fooled this morning after, which, maybe you think that's the same thing. Because I'm not saying that it's over.
No.
I'm not going that hyperbolic about it. I understand that they still have a chance and it's only one game and they have a lot of injuries. They are missing, how many guys you really want to say they're missing?
Benson and Power and Kesselring are big.
Yeah, so 3?
I'd say 3.
You're three real guys. Impact players that you really could have used last night.
Right. I don't think you want to count UPL because you're not getting anything better from UPL in that game.
I was going to say, I would count UPL, but your goalie last night, your goalie wasn't the reason you lost that game.
To me.
So, but I get the point. Sure, your second pair not being on the ice, I do think is big.
That absolutely matters, and that's why I understand But any Sabres fan deserves whatever they feel this morning.
But listen, sure, they're missing a couple of guys. They scored 0 goals. A lot of the guys being asked to score for them this year are out there last night. Norris is out there. Tage is out there. Kulik is out there. Tuck is out there. Zucker is out there. Quinn is out there. Quinn was bad last night again. I mean, McLeod and Doan, if you want to go to them. The guys that you're asking to carry a lot of the goal scoring this year were there.
Yeah.
The only guy for that you might have been missing is Benson. And I do think there is, of course, room for Benson makes Norris and Thompson's jobs easier, and that can create more goals. And that, of course, Power and Kesselring should make it easier for, if they're out there with the Kulik, Zuck, Tucker line,
they're distributing the puck more effectively and getting up the ice. And there's absolutely a butterfly effect to be had from having a second pair that can really move the puck, which is what Power and Kesselring can do.
Right. That Kulik line has more chances last night playing with Power and Kesselring than they do when they're out there with Bryson and Ryan Johnson.
100%.
I definitely acknowledge that. But these guys were out there, and there were some chances, and they didn't get them when they came, and whenever they got to the offensive zone, it was just a lot along the wall. So, I get the injury point, but it's not the things that they struggled with last night. Most of those guys are available, and you didn't get the goals. 803-0550 is the phone number. Thanks for the call, though. On the Sabres, even though they lost last night to 4-0, sure, right. It's not over. I did see the joke being made, that was quick in the graphic of the Sabres have been eliminated from playoff contention. They've not been eliminated from playoff contention. Teams can have bad games. It's a lot harder to give the benefit of the doubt when you have the history of this team and this GM and a lot of these players and Yeah.
That's why I say every fan deserves however they feel this morning because of what this team's done and the history. I am encouraged by some of the things I saw last night. I'm not giving up on them. I still have a lot of hope for this season, but it was an ugly performance to start.
Go win in Boston tomorrow night.
Yeah.
That's a bad Boston team. Go beat Boston. 803-0550 is the phone number. Thursday night football last night. A thought on Jackson Dart when we come back. He's good. Yeah. We'll get to that when we come back here on WGR. I was not ready to show up this morning. The way we talked yesterday, I thought, I'm expecting them to look good, and I'm really, really worried about the goaltending. The flip end actually maybe happened is they didn't score a goal, but I kind of felt pretty good about how the goalie looked.
I loved his game last night. I know, like, you end up giving up 4, and it looks kind of lopsided, and his save percentage isn't going to be any good off of that game. But I thought he made an unbelievable first save of the game off of a one-timer shot, glove save to just
20
settle
seconds in.
right in, which was a really, really solid start. Like, that just gives your team a second to, like, okay, we could have given one up there. We didn't. Our guy bailed us out. Let's get rolling. And they did not do that. And he was their best player in the first period by a mile, in my opinion. He looked calm and confident. He read plays really, really well. Everything that could have gotten eaten up by him got eaten up. Everything that touched his chest protector stayed in his chest protector, and he did a great job of providing them every opportunity to win that game. And you need a goal. You give them a performance like that through whatever it was, 47 minutes, that you give them a 1-goal deficit to come back out of, and your team can't give you one, and that's all you can ask of a goalie, really. Like, You're never expecting your guy to play any better than Lyon did last night, I don't think.
Yeah, at least in the first
group
57 minutes.
Like,
Definitely.
You're not getting much better than that on a consistent basis. There will be an outlier game here or there where you'll get a really good night out of a guy.
Yeah.
But if that's what you're getting out of Lyon consistently, you're going to win games if you can score.
Yeah.
So you've got to score.
Yep.
So I thought he played really well. I'm encouraged by it. I think he's back in there on Saturday against Boston.
I would definitely put him right back out there. Norris is hurt. Again, I mean, that was... Could it have been any faster? I mean, I saw a couple from around the league, like... Greg Wyshynski was one who's like, this is not surprising, but like it's almost ridiculous that it happened that quickly. One game in, we just had him on the other day talking about how all the training work that he did in the offseason with the Sabres' new strength and conditioning team that he has a relationship with, and how he's never felt better going into a year. You do kind of, you're frustrated, but you also do feel for a guy like that because he is a good player. And the guy just can't stay on the ice. And his career is being derailed in front of our eyes because he just can't stay on the ice. And, man, it's one night, right? And it's one game. They're not going to get shut out every night. They're probably not going to get shut out on Saturday. I think they win on Saturday. Boston's won their first 2 games. I still think that's a bad hockey team.
I totally agree.
Colorado, I'm not so confident about. But, they're not going to – it's not going to look that bad every night. But it just happened to be at the start of the year. The Norris injury, though, is the long-term thought you should be having this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Because if this is going to continue like this, where it's 3 games for the Sabres last year and he's injured, and this year it's 1 game for the Buffalo Sabres and he's injured, and all the past injuries that he had in Ottawa, he's never played a full year. If this is going to persist, we got a bigger problem than even just this season.
Oh, yeah.
He is under contract for a long time. He's under contract till 2030 at $7.95 million a year. I mean, if he can't play the sport more than 50 games a year, at that number, it's just that's not great. So that's not a great thought to have this morning.
I heard Paul on my way home from the game say, like, if he's out long term, this team's going nowhere.
I mean, Kulik is your number 1 center suddenly, and maybe you don't hate that much, but it's you get thin quick. You get thin quick.
I was counting on Norris to replace a lot of that Peterka offense.
Right.
That's what, and the team obviously is too. That's the clear. This is where that's coming from.
Yeah.
And if it's gone.
Yep.
Good luck.
Dort, he can run. Can he ever? He can run all the way to the end zone. Touchdown.
Jackson Dart, 19-yard rushing touchdown. Giants beat the Eagles 34-17. That helped Jeremy's part of our three-leg parlay yesterday for Thursday Night Football. And what else happened, Owen, last night in our Thursday Night parlay?
Saquon Barkley caught a 10-yard reception to get within 7 yards of his 16.5 over.
Yep.
And then caught a pass behind the line of scrimmage, lost a yard, and then the Eagles decided to throw to A.J. Dillon, and then he fumbled the ball away, and then the game was over.
And A.J. Dillon caught 2 passes for 18 yards, which would have been the yardage we needed to get to the Barkley. The Barkley over.
I've never wanted to strangle a head coach or an offensive coordinator more in my life. What are you? I'm sorry. What are you doing with the game on the line?
I guess they are down. They're down what? They're down 3 scores at that point.
Yeah, but whatever. I mean, you're trying to stay alive.
I know.
And you've got Saquon Barkley in there, and you take him out to throw the ball to, the corpse of A.J. Dillon?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
There's definitely you should be frustrated because of the bet here for sure. Because A.J. Dillon stinks in the first place.
What?
There's a rumor that I've seen out there that Barkley's playing injured for the last couple of weeks. So if that's true, that would make sense as to why they pulled him in that game. But it would make sense. I mean, their offense looks so bad. I gave the stat yesterday about how they have the highest three and out rate in the league in 20 years. And they have everything that you would want personnel-wise on offense. And last night, I mean, the Giants' defense is good. But same thing, like the Eagles only can score if they can get to a position where they can use the tush push.
Yep. It's become a crutch for them, I think. It's become a crutch. And I await the post-game press scrums with A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith every day, because it's like you see these guys that are so good at football and should be making such a difference for a football team.
Yeah.
And they're both so angry and trying their hardest to not show it.
Right. And a lot of it isn't just that they're not. I mean, they are starting to get the ball, but why are they angry? It's because the offense stinks, and there's no reason that it should stink.
Right.
And your quarterback isn't showing any emotion about it.
Right.
So, I don't know. Hurts is, almost too casual about it for me.
There was a shot on the sideline after he threw that interception that essentially sealed the game. And he's sitting on the side. He's got kind of a smirk. It's like he's thinking, oh, I got this. It's fine. If it was Josh that looked like that after he threw a pick in that spot, I would have been upset. I would have thought, what do you look like? Why do you look so comfortable on the bench right now? Why do you look confident? Like you've done something to you just lost the game, dude.
He had an open Devontae Smith on an 86-yard touchdown, and he overshot him. There was nobody else around. It would have been a touchdown. His numbers looked fine at the end of yesterday, but that pick is brutal.
Yeah,
and I don't know, the receivers and the coach are the fieriest part of it. I think it's probably the coach's fault, though. What's happening there, I think the coaching staff is probably on the hook. And listen, zoom out, compare the Bills to others in the league. How bad are your own problems compared to others? I mean, that team won the Super Bowl. And, if that were happening here, you'd probably give them every benefit of the doubt. But is it right to? Because the Eagles, you might want to give them every benefit of the doubt because they just won the Super Bowl. Again, though, this is part of it. I don't care what you've done in the last 5 years.
Right.
What are you doing right now? And at the moment, if I'm evaluating the Eagles from what they're doing right now, their offense
stinks.
And they're trying everything. They're trying to establish the run. They're trying these game scripts where they're leaning into Barkley and trying to be more physical. They're trying these other game scripts where Hurts is dropping back to pass 100 times and he's just throwing the ball around to the receivers. And none of it none of it's working. And it's very, very weird. It's very weird that none of it's working. And I think the only place you probably can look, because the players are so talented, is their new offensive coordinator and Nick Sirianni are really letting them down. That's the only place I could look, and that makes any sense. 803-0550 is the phone number. By the way, quickly, Jackson Dart, the mobility is really gonna make him good, I think. He set a record, or he tied a record yesterday. It's like the most games with 50-plus rushing yards to start your career, I think, with Lamar Jackson and Jalen Hurts. Like, the most mobile quarterback, some of the most mobile quarterbacks in the league. So, that mobility is going to allow him the buffer to learn what he's doing, reading defenses, throwing the ball, because he's going to scramble, and he's going to make up for some of those mistakes early on by scrambling. I think that's going to be a good quarterback. Like, I think they've found a guy. It's only 3 games. You don't want to rush to judgment, but I would, at this moment, think he's gonna be their guy for a long time. And it might save Dable his job.
Yeah, and him and Daboll seem to really have a connection, and Dart's got that swagger that Daboll likes. So
803-0550 is the phone number. On the Bills and their weaknesses, by the way, so they're not as bad as the Eagles is right now, but downfield passing, secondary, rush defense, you could get better at one. Just hit a magic button. I wonder what fans would pick. We got that. We got Paul coming up at 7:30, Sal at 8, all coming up here on a Football Friday. This is WGR. Saw a stat yesterday that I think will matter a lot going into this game, the way the Bills have looked, the things they have struggled at, the things that Atlanta are very good at, and we can make this improving the game plan. Brought to you by Blue Star Home Services, your heating and cooling experts ready to improve your home's comfort plan. Get started at BlueStarHS.com. The Bills have been a bad tackling team so far this season. Bad tackling team. In fact, you look at some of the best players in the league at forced missed tackle rate, and who's number one? A guy that's played the Bills, Kendre Miller, who did he break 6 tackles on the 1 touchdown run that he had? He did probably a lot of his damage right then and there. So he is number 1 in football in tackles avoided per carry, almost 40% rate. Number 2 in the league, to nobody's surprise, is Bijan Robinson, who the Bills will see on Monday. And if it's going to be another one of these, hey, this team's going to try to run on you games, how the Bills fare in that, they did just look pretty good doing it against New England. Like, New England, how they beat the Bills was not what they really set out to do at the outset. If you watched how the Patriots played the Bills in the first half of that game, they were lining up with a lot of I formation, a lot of fullback, a lot of 2 tight end sets, and they were trying to run the ball right at the Bills, and they really weren't having a ton of success doing that. It was only when they started to open things up with May and threw the ball to Diggs. I mean, Diggs got the first pass of the game, and then he didn't catch another pass until I think it was the 4th drive of that game between the Bills and the Patriots. So what was their original plan? I mean, they came out thinking they were going to run it all over the Bills. And how did that end? 22 carries for 71 yards. Norris is hurt. Again, I mean, that was... Could it have been any faster? I saw a couple from around the league, like Greg Wyshynski was one. This is not surprising, but it's almost ridiculous that it happened that quickly. 1 game in, we just had him on the other day talking about how all the training work that he did in the offseason with the Sabres' new strength and conditioning team that he has a relationship with, and how he's never felt better going into a year. You do kind of, you're frustrated, but you also do feel for a guy like that because he is a good player, and the guy just can't stay on the ice, and his career is being derailed in front of our eyes because he just can't stay on the ice. And, man, it's one night, right? And it's one game. They're not going to get shut out every night. They're probably not going to get shut out on Saturday. I think they win on Saturday. Boston's won their first 2 games. I still think that's a bad hockey team.
I totally agree.
Colorado, I'm not so confident about, but like it's not gonna look that bad every night. But it just happened to be at the start of the year. The Norris injury, though, is the long-term thought you should be having this morning.
Oh yeah,
because if this is going to continue like this, where it's 3 games for the Sabres last year, and he's injured. And this year it's 1 game for the Buffalo Sabres, and he's injured. And all the past injuries that he had in Ottawa, he's never played a full year. If this is going to persist, we got a bigger problem than even just this season.
Oh, yeah.
He is under contract for a long time. He's under contract till 2030 at $7.95 million a year. I mean, if he can't play the sport more than 50 games a year, at that number, it's just that's not great. So that's not a great thought to have this morning.
I heard Paul on my way home from the game say, like, if he's out long term, this team's going nowhere.
I mean, Kulik is your number 1 center suddenly, and maybe you don't hate that much, but it's you get thin quick. You get thin quick.
I was counting on Norris to replace a lot of that Peterka offense.
Right.
That's what, and the team obviously is too. That's the clear. This is where that's coming from.
Yeah.
And if it's gone, good luck.
Sabres season opener begins, and it is a shutout loss for the Buffalo Sabres. A 4-0 defeat at the hands of the New York Rangers. It was 1-0 for the majority of the game, but 3 late goals by the Rangers, including 1 empty netter with under 3 minutes to go, has the final score at 4-0. So no goals on opening night. Igor Shesterkin stops 37 against the Sabres. Also, Josh Norris left the game late with an injury, was very late, did not return. See about his status in the next couple of days. So the Sabres begin the season with a loss. Next up for them will be Saturday at 7 o'clock at the Boston Bruins, who have won each of their first 2 games on the season. Last night on Thursday Night Football, Jackson Dart impresses and beats the Philadelphia Eagles. Giants 34, Philadelphia 17. Dart threw for 195 and a touchdown, but he also added 58 on the ground with a rushing touchdown. The Giants go to 2-4 on the year. The Eagles lose again. They drop to 4-2. To the Bills, Injury report, first of the week, yesterday. And Ed Oliver was back on the field. There's been optimism about him playing this week. He was limited. Taylor Rapp limited with a nose injury. Curtis Samuel was limited with neck and rib injuries. Dorian Williams returns to the practice field. He was limited, as was Deion Dawkins, DeMar Hamlin, and Dalton Kincaid popped up on the Bills' injury report with an oblique injury. The only two players not participating, linebacker Matt Milano, pectoral injury, and defensive tackle TJ Sanders, knee injury. Finally, in baseball, last night the Dodgers beat the Phillies in extra innings to win the series in 4. Cubs shut out the Brewers 6-0, sending that series to a Game 5. So Tigers-Mariners Game 5 is today at 8 o'clock, and then Cubs-Brewers is Saturday at 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
We're focused on it. It would be great. I'm not making an announcement or committing to it, but we're kind of focused on whether or not we can do it around the 20th anniversary of the original Winter Classic. But we've already had discussions about the possibility of an outdoor game at Highmark, and it's something that we think would be great. We're grateful that we did it here first, and we're going to come back, I promise. Just got to work out the schedule. And it's going to be great to put it in the new building.
Gary Bettman was in town yesterday. That's a little interesting, isn't it? Gary Bettman was in Buffalo for the night. I mean, it's not opening night in the NHL. There were games before, but every team is open by Thursday, I think. Bettman comes to Buffalo. Okay. No announcement on an outdoor game, but everyone, I think, is expecting that that's going to happen. Stadium Series game, 2028. Winter Classic will be tough because of Bills scheduling, January, the way the football schedule now goes. But a Stadium Series game seems very likely.
Yeah, that new
almost a shoo-in.
The new Highmark is going to get a real nice doll up for a big NHL game for sure.
2028 season.
Yeah, who do you think? Who's the opponent for that game? Toronto again? Pittsburgh. Could go back to Pittsburgh, redo that.
Does it depend if Crosby is still playing?
That is definitely a factor.
Which he probably isn't by then, right?
I gotta think.
So that's 3 years from now?
Yeah,
3 years from now, right?
I gotta think if he's still playing, it's probably not for the Penguins.
He'd be 41 at that point.
I mean,
he's probably retired by then. So
he's a freak though. He might stick around for a while.
If he wanted to, I think he probably could.
Oh, for sure he could.
But right, like to your point, even if he did want to do it, is he going to do it there? Because they're probably bad.
Yeah,
and will still be bad by then.
I still think he gets out of there at some point.
Toronto would be a good one. Obviously, that feels appropriate.
Is there a playoff
Boston
series by then that we have a
I was gonna say
rivalry with Ottawa or something?
That'd be nice. That'd be great.
Pretty sweet, right?
I'd love to hate a team because they beat the Sabres in the playoffs. Give me that. Give me that all day again. But I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. That's all I can say.
All of that playoff hate for me as a hockey fan, is inherited. I have none of it innately because I was, like 10.
Well, when they're playing Boston, or Philadelphia,
I wasn't even really
last series.
Sentient. I have all this hate for the Hurricanes and the Flyers that I've just inherited from Bulldog because it's just
I've got that Hurricanes hate. Still,
that's just
obviously
all that I ever knew, and I want my own team to hate. I really do.
You want to hate the Capitals,
right?
Because they beat the Sabres in a 7-game Eastern Conference Finals series,
right? I want to hate Nick Suzuki's face because the Canadians come to town and like he scores some overtime goal, and I want that.
That's a good one. I could use hating Montreal.
Right?
I think I said months ago that like they might be my second favorite team right now. Or no, that's not what that was. It was if you had to pick a new favorite team until the Sabres got good, who would you pick? And I think I said Montreal.
Montreal, because they're fun and they're...
I love the history and the uniforms too.
Yeah,
so
I mean that place is...
No, but I would love to hate them.
Right.
I'd love to hate him. Who's the... Jekev?
Jekai?
Excuse me. Yeah, like let
Wi-Fi?
me hate that dude through his soul.
Exactly.
Come on. But I just don't care right now.
Like he's Lucic. Like, make him into that for me.
Right.
Please. Make me feel something that strong. I'm begging for it out of this team, man.
Yeah.
It's tough.
Who else could? They played the Rangers in a Winter Classic, but that was just a backwards, hey, the Rangers wanted to play a home game at MetLife, and they weren't allowed to, so they snuck the Sabres in there. Like,
right.
It was, yeah. You could play Vegas. You want to play Vegas?
No. Can I say I don't want to play Vegas?
I mean, we already have lost a lot of passion and hate for. But fans still don't like Eichel. But it's not as vicious as it was, and by 3 years from now, like, how many people will care?
If he's won another 2 cups and a Conn Smythe, we might.
All right, here we go. This is what happens. They make the playoffs this year. Okay, they win a round, so it looks good. Like, everything's looking good. Next year, they shock everybody and they go to the finals, and it's the Sabres and the Golden Knights in the finals. So now. You got that Eichel rivalry back in full force because you met him at the biggest stage, and then the NHL says, "Yeah, fans were really into that. Let's have that be the opponent for the Winter Classic." I'm not even going to give you what happens in these finals, by the way, but hypothetical. That's how you get there.
Right.
Let's do it with Vegas. I don't know. I just want meaningful hockey.
Exactly.
803-0550 is the phone number. It's Football Friday. I got more on the Falcons coming up in a little bit. Also, how bad has the Bills' defense been? I've got their DVOA numbers to go through in a little bit as well, because I was poking around like, what are they going to get better at? Because defensively, there's a lot to chew on there. Offensively, there might just be one thing, and that's throwing the ball downfield. Right. So it's a Football Friday brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash, call Celino. Call the Yates and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel, game day ready since 1922. But we are also talking Sabres. They lost 4-0 in their season opener. Phone call on that, 803-0550. Paul in Buffalo. What's up, Paul?
Hey, guys. Good morning. And the season is off to a rip-roaring start. What team on a 14-year drought with a filled-up building, when they know the building's not going to be filled up again for a little while? There's a lot of Ranger college students who are in that building. They come out flat for the first 15 minutes. Who does that? The only team that does that, guys, is a team who doesn't respect their garbage coaching staff. These coaches suck. The head coach who endorsed them all is a retread who's never won anywhere. And but not for a fight against the Ottawa Senators 20 years ago, no one would want Lindy Ruff here coaching. These guys don't care what he says. The game has passed him by. Fire Lindy. Have a good day, guys.
Thanks, Paul. I think that's way overstating it on Lindy. That it was one night. He's the winningest coach in team history, and he was here basically for 40 years.
He's 5th all time in NHL wins.
Yeah.
I mean, he's won.
I mean, in his history, he went to the finals. He took them to the conference finals twice. Sure, he does not have a Stanley Cup. Right, you got me there, and he doesn't, and that probably eats at him too.
Right.
I'm not going to just completely dispel the idea that the game has passed him by. That is certainly a possibility. I mean, Gearston being in the lineup last night is like a small example that could be true. But I generally don't side with that line of thinking because Lindy in his career has been so adaptable to different styles and playing the game in different ways. I think he often just goes by what his roster looks like. I think his whole career says that. And I know, like, I'm going to be reaching back for examples 20 years ago, but when his best player is a goalie in Hasek or Miller, and he's got good defensemen and not great scoring, what does he do? Lock it down. Let's play defensively. Let's win 2-1. When he's got a high flying team with a bunch of offense and skill, and they're the leading scoring team in the league multiple times. So sure, like, you could look at it because he's older and he's a retread and say, well, he's playing super conservative and they want to pack it in and play this defensive style, and that's a sign that the game's passed him by. But I think it could very well be, though, that's just what he's doing because
he's got a roster
that's how the team's
to
built.
Do that with,
and maybe from above him, that's how they want to play. Right. That's why, because you could even say, like, well, Lindy probably wanted these guys, maybe, but the trend towards being more responsible and shying away from let's just go outscore teams, that began before Lindy got here. That began when Granato was here.
Yep. And
the arrow's already been pointing in that direction before Lindy's influence was even on the organization. Him now being here, this is all the moves they've made. I don't know. But there was a player survey last year. There was a guy that probably played for the Devils that thought that the game had passed him by. So, I don't know. I'm not going to fight you on the assistant coaching staff. I'm not even going to fight you on Lindy. I think if he weren't Lindy Ruff, it would feel like if this season doesn't go well, everybody would want him out. But I will tell you that he is reportedly the only coach in the NHL right now that's in a contract year. So you might get your wish. If they're bad this year and you want fresh blood or you want a younger I don't know. Like, I think you'll get your wish. And if they're good, then Lindy maybe continues and, everybody's really happy because he's the guy you would want to see do it.
Right. I think I don't see them, if they are missing again by a lot this season, I don't see them bringing Lindy back again. Depending on how the year goes, but I would be...
Not if they miss by a lot.
Right. If they miss by 8 points, I think you're moving on.
But if it comes down to, the final game of the season and then, they just barely miss...
Right, that's a different story. And, there's...
Give it a little bit more breathing room, right? Like, I'm somewhere in the middle. We've had a caller today that wants to fire the coach. We've had another caller that says, hey, it's only one game and you're being too down and Debbie Downer. I like to think I'm probably somewhere in the middle of them right now. I'm angry from last night, no doubt. And I also recognize that you got to give them more than one game to see if their plan is going to work this season. Doesn't mean you can't be skeptical of the plan.
Right.
And you would even want them to pivot from the plan if a month goes by and it's not working, which very rarely happens with this team. But I'm not at fire the coach.
No.
Not today. Because also, if they fire the coach and we start looking at the names of coaches, someone's going to bring up John Tortorella, and I'm going to get even more mad about it. Let's go to Larry in South Florida. What's up, Larry?
Hey, good morning, guys. I'm going to try to split the uprights of the first two callers. So, Joe, I've called for a long time, and I usually talk about the Bills. And I do want to bring up the Bills, and I want to talk about the Sabres last night. But I want to talk about our GMs. It's the GMs, in my opinion. Kevin Adams should have been fired after year one. There's no doubt about that. I don't care if we keep Lindy, not keep Lindy. I don't think it's Lindy at all. I think it's Kevin Adams. How do you trade J.J. Peterka? And you guys talked about it. You do not replace his offense. How can you have 4 power plays? I know you're playing the best goalie probably in the world, but he gave up 3 goals the night before, so somebody was able to solve them. I did not expect them to beat the Rangers, but I expected them to score on the Rangers. You have 4 power plays, and not one of those power plays really gives you a golden scoring opportunity. Yes, we did hit the post, the side of the net a bunch of times, so I guess you could say that was a scoring opportunity. But the worst part, and this continues to bother the you-know-what out of me, how do we give up so many shorthanded goals every season, and then last night we give up 2? So they score more goals on our power play than we do. That's unacceptable. That's our GM. How do you not make a move? And I know people have trade clauses and they have teams they don't want to go to. I don't care. That's your job. You need to figure out who you're going to put in your lineup that's going to score goals for you after you just take away one of your youngest up-and-coming goal scorers because he's fed up. Look, Ryan O'Reilly says, I lost the love of hockey here in Buffalo. So what you do, you trade him, a year later, he wins the Conn Smythe in the Stanley Cup Finals. Looking at Bean, and I talked to you about this a few days ago, Joe, your first 4 draft picks, and I don't want Bean fired, and I don't want McDermott fired. I did before, but I don't. But our first 4 draft picks are all defense, and the first 3, for whatever reason, are not on the field. And our 3rd round pick doesn't even dress. Why don't you take a receiver? So if I'm Pagula, Adams is gone, and I'm talking to Bean and saying, you got to change your philosophy a little bit. I remember, I was really upset when Bean went off on you guys when you guys were just bringing up receivers. You were 100% correct. And what do? We take the guy they bring in the day after his rant, and we sit his butt on the bench. He does have speed. Curtis Samuel has speed. Use him in the right way, and you can get some you can get some breakaway from your defenders, and you can get some downfield looks. You may not complete it, but you're going to get some looks. But the Sabres already make me sick to my stomach. I watched it on my phone while I'm watching the Eagles lose to the Giants, which I thought was unbelievable. I hope the Bills don't follow in the Eagles' footsteps and break that little curse that started last week. But the Sabres, you cannot go 14 years and do this. And you're right. We do it again, we're going to lose Tage. We're going to lose Darlene. Then where are we going to be?
Yeah, thanks, Larry, for the call. That is in the back of my mind. It probably won't come to the front of my mind like on a consistent basis until months and months go by of them being this bad. And this bad, right? Like losing games is all I mean. Because last night, sure, they win the shot battle. They win some of the other underlying numbers, but they lose 4-0. I think they don't announce the GM last night.
Yeah.
Because they know what the reaction is going to be. And I do think that's a lot of the pessimism about them. Who is in charge still.
I don't think that
it's not all of it, but I think it's a pretty big chunk.
I think it's a thing that fans can attach their frustration to and have been able to do that for a long period of time.
Yep.
And so it just grows stronger as they continue to perform this way. And that's not going to change unless they win or unless he's gone. And so,
And they've replaced him with somebody that is inspiring to the fan base. If they replaced him with, his assistant, that would not it wouldn't juice up the fans as much as hiring Brendan Shanahan would.
Right.
I just picked him out of
Yarmo's there. Yarmo's up there.
Yarmo.
Somewhere.
Forgot about Yarmo.
Can't forget about Yarmo.
You know what? I take that back. If they just promoted Yarmo, who is senior advisor?
Advisor to the GM.
Man, remember the senior advisor watch?
Yeah, right.
Goodness. Forgot about Yarmo.
I know.
Yarmo Kekalainen.
Just as we were having this conversation.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I get it. It's very clearly the most comfortable place to direct your frustration as a fan. You're not going to you're not directing it at Tage or Darlene. And Lindy's only been here so long, and he's an icon here. And, we heard from Paul who thinks that Lindy should be fired, but I don't think that anybody really blames anywhere near as much of this on Lindy as much as they do on Kevin Adams. That's just the reality.
Caller Paul, by the way, not Paul Hamilton.
Yes.
If you're just tuning in this second and confused.
Yes, Paul.
Paul Hamilton did not say that, although he will be joining us coming up next. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll roll through some of your Sabre calls. We'll get some football in, of course, a little bit later on. It's Football Friday here on WGR. Sal will come up at 8. Practice yesterday. Ed Oliver, I think, is probably playing this week. But
seems like it.
Yeah, we'll see how that progresses. But if you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to you. Paul Hamilton joins as well. That's all coming up. It's Football Friday. Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off today. This is WGR. I was not ready to show up this morning. The way we talked yesterday, I thought, I'm expecting them to look good, and I'm really, really worried about the goaltending. The flip end actually maybe happened is they didn't score a goal, but I kind of felt pretty good about how the goalie looked.
I loved his game last night. I know, I'm giving up 4, and it looks kind of lopsided, and his save percentage isn't going to be any good off of that game, but I thought he made an unbelievable first save of the game off of a one-timer shot. Glove save to just
20 seconds in.
Right in, which was a really, really solid start. Like, that just gives your team a second to, okay, we could have given one up there. We didn't. Our guy bailed us out. Let's get rolling. And they did not do that. And he was their best player in the first period by a mile, in my opinion. He looked calm and confident. He read plays really, really well. Everything that could have gotten eaten up by him got eaten up. Everything that touched his chest protector stayed in his chest protector, and he did a great job of providing them every opportunity to win that game. And you need a goal. You give them a performance like that through whatever it was, 47 minutes that you give them a 1-goal deficit to come back out of, and your team can't give you one, and that's all you can ask of a goalie, really. Like, you're never expecting your guy to play any better than Lyon did last night. I don't think.
Yeah, at least in the first 57 minutes.
Like,
Definitely.
You're not getting much better than that on a consistent basis. There'll be an outlier game here or there where you'll get a really good night out of a guy.
Yeah.
But if that's what you're getting out of Lyon consistently, you're going to win games if you can score.
Yeah.
So you've got to score.
Yep.
So I thought he played really well. I'm encouraged by it. I think he's back in there on Saturday against Boston.
I would definitely put him right back out there. Saw a stat yesterday that I think will matter a lot going into this game, the way the Bills have looked, the things they have struggled at, the things that Atlanta are very good at, and we can make this improving the game plan. Brought to you by Blue Star Home Services, your heating and cooling experts ready to improve your home's comfort plan. Get started at BlueStarHS.com. The Bills have been a bad tackling team so far this season. Bad tackling team. In fact, you look at some of the best players in the league at forced missed tackle rate, and who's number one? A guy that's played the Bills, Kendre Miller, who did he break 6 tackles on the 1 touchdown run that he had? He did probably a lot of his damage right then and there. So he is number 1 in football in tackles avoided per carry, almost 40% rate. Number 2 in the league, to nobody's surprise, is Bijan Robinson, who the Bills will see on Monday. And if it's going to be another one of these, hey, this team's going to try to run on you games, how the Bills fare in that, they did just look pretty good doing it against New England. Like, New England, how they beat the Bills was not what they really set out to do at the outset. If you watched how the Patriots played the Bills in the first half of that game, they were lining up with a lot of I formation, a lot of fullback, a lot of 2 tight end sets, and they were trying to run the ball right at the Bills, and they really weren't having a ton of success doing that. It was only when they started to open things up with May and threw the ball to Diggs. I mean, Diggs got the first pass of the game, and then he didn't catch another pass until I think it was the 4th drive of that game between the Bills and the Patriots. So what was their original plan? I mean, they came out thinking they were going to run it all over the Bills. And how did that end? 22 carries for 71 yards. Sabres get shut out in their season opener, 4-0 against the New York Rangers. And to add injury to insult, Josh Norris, injured late in the game, did not return. Didn't get a full update on that, obviously, yet, so we'll see how that progresses going into tomorrow night as the Sabres will be at the Boston Bruins. Last night on Thursday Night Football, Giants beat the Eagles 34-17. Jackson Dart looking very good for the Giants again. They go to 2-4. Eagles drop to 4-2 with back-to-back losses for Philly. To the Bills, they had a pretty lengthy injury report, and only 2 players were out, Matt Milano and TJ Sanders. Neither of those 2 players practiced yesterday. A lot of players that were limited. Taylor Rapp with a nose injury. Ed Oliver, ankle injuries. A lot of optimism he could return this week. Curtis Samuel was limited. So was Dorian Williams, Dalton Kincaid, DeMar Hamlin, and Deion Dawkins. Baseball last night. The NLDS Dodgers win in extra innings, 2-1 against the Phillies. They advance to the NLCS. Cubs beat the Brewers 6-0 to force a Game 5. Tonight is Tigers and Mariners at 8. Winner goes on to play the Blue Jays. Saturday, Brewers, Cubs. Winner goes on to play the Dodgers. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet, celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
Byram with a hit, and now Johnson can't turn it up. Ice, save made. On a chance for Adam Edstrom right in front of the net, and Lyon just patient, stayed with him, didn't bite on the move too much.
One of your Firth moments of the game, brought to you by Firth Jewelers. For all the moments in your life, go forth to Firth. Good morning, it's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off this morning. It's a football Friday, also here on WGR. We'll have some Bills-Falcons talk coming your way in the 8 o'clock hour. We'll have Sal Capaccio along at 8. Doing some Sabres, though, here as they fall 4-0 last night at home to open the season against the New York Rangers. Joined now by Paul Hamilton. Paul's appearance is brought to you by Raylax Honda. Raylax, we got this. Good morning, Paul. Before we get to the game, sure it was nice to be back in the arena and just to have the season back in general.
Oh, it was. It's sellout crowd, and just to have hockey back. I mean, I'm ready for hockey in April or in August. I mean, everybody else is getting keyed up for the NFL season. I'm like, all right, let's get the NHL started. So I'm weird that way.
Yeah. No, it was buzzing in the building, I thought, as it started. But let's get right to it, Paul. Like, that game last night, I mean, it didn't start well for the Sabres. By the end of it, it does look like on the stat sheet, like, all right, did they play pretty good, but no goals. And I don't know, from you, like, when you look at the shots on goal and you look at kind of their effort beginning to end, was it a strong effort from them? Or can you not even say that when they didn't score?
I didn't have a problem with their effort, but I don't think it could have gone any worse. And it's only one game. I get that. I mean, there's 81 games to go. I mean, they could win their next 5 for all I know. But when you have a sellout crowd there, it just couldn't have gone any worse for you. I mean, it was a 1-0 game basically for most of it, but you didn't score. I mean, the fans wanted to go crazy. They wanted to cheer for their team, and really they didn't give them a lot to cheer about. I mean, yeah, they had 37 shots on goal, but I don't know, did Shesterkin actually have to make a phenomenal save? Mm-hmm. I mean, not really. I mean, I would say, I'm guessing here from just my notes and everything, the Sabres might have had 5 decent scoring chances for the whole game, maybe. And I might be being generous there. A lot of their shots, especially in the first period where they started rolling up some shots, were all from the outside. They were just trying to get shots at the net. And it was just a nondescript game. I've seen them play worse. I've seen them play a lot worse. I've seen them play a lot better, too. I mean, it was just – and they just showed that they don't have a lot of depth. I mean, Zach Benson, he got hit in the side of the face in Wednesday's practice, came back out and finished practice, and next thing you know, he winds up in the hospital because of it. And so now he can't play in the game. They don't have any depth at all to put in that spot. Peyton Krebs was just spinning his wheels there. That didn't go well. When Zucker went there, that was better. Yep. I thought that line of Norris and Zucker and Thompson finally got some chances and some time in the offensive zone once he got there. But then now the Kulik line is nowhere, with Zucker off of there. So, they really don't have the depth to have the amount of players injured that they have right now. And, I mean, they're missing 2 defensemen. They're missing Greenway. They're missing their goaltender. Now there's a good chance they're going to be missing Norris. Norris is one of maybe the 3 that they can't afford to lose. I mean, I would say Norris, Thompson, and Dahlin are 3 guys that they just absolutely can't afford to lose. And I've watched that replay over and over. He took a face-off and just went down.
And they called it upper body, right, Paul?
It's something. It was like leverage, or something happened. You could tell he got in pain immediately. He was taking the draw and just went down, and you could tell he was just buckled over when he went over to the bench.
Yeah,
and it was just like a very strange type of injury. Again, people want to blame the strength and conditioning coach. Whatever I saw there had zero to do with a strength and conditioning coach.
Yeah, I mean, what you might have saw there, I'm hoping I'm wrong, because this is something he's been dealing with for a while. But when I saw the replay, and same thing, same as you, like, okay, was it like a non-contact injury? But like, no, that would be lower body, upper body. You didn't see any contact. And my first thought was like, is it his shoulder? Because it's had so many surgeries.
Like leverage coming down on a face-off.
Yeah.
And it was just a very, but
we hope it's not. You hope it's not his shoulder, because that's what he's dealt with a lot throughout his career.
Yeah. Anyway, it's something they do not have the depth to cover him. I mean, if he's out,
however many time, yeah.
Yeah, good luck with the season, because they do not have the depth to cover the injuries that they have right now. And they're going to get Benson and Power back quickly. They may have him back by Saturday, for all I know.
Yep.
I mean, Power's just ill, so he may be okay to go by Saturday, but they just don't have the depth to cover these injuries that they're getting.
Well, would you feel like, Paul, with these injuries, that if Norris misses time here and Benson, these are players at the top of the lineup. Power, I think, does a lot for you offensively as well, even from the back end. That what some of these games might look like is they'll put up good efforts, and maybe they're even a better team at keeping the puck out of their own net. I thought Lyon played pretty well, especially in the first period yesterday, but that they might play close games that they lose in just because they're not going to have the goal scoring, or where are the goals going to come from?
Yeah, and the thing is, that's why I said I didn't have a problem with the effort. I mean, once they got going, at the beginning of the game, Lyon had to make some saves for them, and did. But, yeah, I think they only gave up 5 shots in the second period. I think they settled down, and defensively were okay. I mean, I didn't have a huge problem with it. I mean, now on the second goal, it was a turnover by Krebs on the wall. It wound up in their net, and that would be the one where Lyon, I think, would want that back. As he said, he thought the puck was going to go to the middle, and he cheated over there a little bit, and it left some of the net open. But other than that, I thought Lyon was pretty solid. I thought the defensive effort for the most part was pretty solid. Once they got through that first power play, as Lindy Ruff said, they gave up nothing on the penalty kill after that. So, yeah, I think they were better defensively. We basically watched a 1-0 game until right near the end of the third period, where the Rangers, got the empty netter and then scored 2. One was a tip. Line. If a goaltender stops a tip, he's basically going to be lucky. So, I wouldn't fault the defensive effort at all, but it's just. It's a circumstance. It's not one game, let's trade everybody type of thing, but you've got a full house, you've got a sellout, and they never got a chance to cheer. And if you just came to the game thinking, all right, I'm going to give this team a chance, you're going to give them another one? Right. If that was your, all right, it's opening night, let's go, let's see what they've got, let's see, well, you didn't get to see one of the new players in Kesselring, and you didn't get to see a goal, and did that make you want to come back again? I'm not a fan, so I can't say. I mean, the fans would have to say, but to me, it's just a disaster for that to happen on opening night with a sellout crowd there. And as I said, it's not a disaster for the season. As Rasmus Dahlin said, he's absolutely right. There's 81 games to go. For all I know, they could win their next 5. I don't know, but it just, for that to happen on opening night in a sellout crowd just is not going to help a franchise that's struggling.
Paul Hamilton on the Wester Hotline. Bright spots, Paul, last night, if there were any. I mean, were you impressed by Josh Doan last night? Because I felt like he was a player I was noticing a few times. Dahlin was great. I guess what went well last night, in your opinion?
Yeah, Josh Doan had a bit of a rough start. The first couple times he had the puck, but yeah, he was involved, and that's what you like to see. And him getting in on the forecheck and was involved. So the defensive effort, again, I thought was better than what you would see last year on a lot of games. For the most part, I liked Lyon. As I said, just the one goal I thought he was a little off on. But, right in the beginning, that game could have gone south real early. And he, right off the bat, he made a save. I believe it was on Zibanejad. A one-timer that came his way, and he made a good glove save, and that got him into the game, and that got, helped them out a little bit. So, Johnson made a play where he muffed the puck, and all of a sudden it's a breakaway on Lyon. And that's the save I've been talking about all summer that they need. They're going to make mistakes. Somebody is going to make a mistake that's going to cause a breakaway on the goaltender, and your goaltender's got to be there for you, and he was. He made a big save, right there in a 1-0 game. That was in the second period. And I thought to myself, there's the save right there that we've been talking about that they have to have. If they're going to make the playoffs and be better, they have to be able to make that save. And so, for the most part, I thought Lyon was positive.
Would you guess him again tomorrow night against Boston?
I would. I'm not sure I put a kid in for his first NHL game, especially when you've lost your first one. And you don't want the prospect of going 0-2. So I would go with the strongest. We really don't know what Ellis is. I'm saying with the strongest goaltender. Is he? As I said, Ellis has never played an NHL game, so we don't know what the Sabres have there in him. I'm just not sure that's the spot to throw him in after you lost your opener.
Paul Hamilton with us on the Wester Hotline. Thank you, Paul, and enjoy the game tomorrow, and we'll talk on Monday.
Okay, take care.
Paul Hamilton on the Wester Hotline. Sabres and Bruins tomorrow. The Bruins winning their first 2 games of the season, first road game of the season for the Sabres, and then they have a bunch of games at home. So it's tomorrow at Boston at 7, and then Monday home Colorado, Wednesday home Ottawa, Saturday home against Florida. So a couple of home games in a row coming up. If you're on hold, stay there. We'll get to you when we come right back. And then we've got Sal in the 8 o'clock hour, Chris Brown as well, as it is a football Friday, Bills and Falcons on Monday. It's Joe DiBiase. Jeremy's off today, and this is WGR. Saw a stat yesterday that I think will matter a lot going into this game, the way the Bills have looked, the things they have struggled at, the things that Atlanta are very good at, and we can make this improving the game plan. Brought to you by Blue Star Home Services, your heating and cooling experts ready to improve your home's comfort plan. Get started at BlueStarHS.com. The Bills have been a bad tackling team so far this season. Bad tackling team. In fact, you look at some of the best players in the league at forced missed tackle rate, and Who's number one? A guy that's played the Bills, Kendre Miller, who did he break 6 tackles on the 1 touchdown run that he had? He did probably a lot of his damage right then and there. So he is number 1 in football in tackles avoided per carry, almost 40% rate. Number 2 in the league, to nobody's surprise, is Bijan Robinson, who the Bills will see on Monday. And if it's going to be another one of these, hey, this team's going to try to run on you games, how the Bills fare in that, they did just look pretty good doing it against New England. Like, New England, how they beat the Bills was not what they really set out to do at the outset. If you watched how the Patriots played the Bills in the first half of that game, they were lining up with a lot of I formation, a lot of fullback, a lot of 2 tight end sets, and they were trying to run the ball right at the Bills, and they really weren't having a ton of success doing that. It was only when they started to open things up with May and threw the ball to Diggs. I mean, Diggs got the first pass of the game, and then he didn't catch another pass until I think it was the 4th drive of that game between the Bills and the Patriots. So what was their original plan? I mean, they came out thinking they were going to run it all over the Bills. And how did that end? 22 carries for 71 yards. I was not ready to show up this morning the way we talked yesterday. I thought, I'm expecting them to look good, and I'm really, really worried about the goaltending. The flip end actually maybe happened is they didn't score a goal, but I kind of felt pretty good about how the goalie looked.
I loved his game last night. I know, like, you end up giving up 4, and it looks kind of lopsided, and his save percentage isn't going to be any good off of that game, but I thought he made an unbelievable first save of the game off of a one-timer shot, glove save to just
20 seconds in.
Right in, which was a really, really solid start. Like, that just gives your team a second to, like, okay, we could have given one up there. We didn't. Our guy bailed us out. Let's get rolling. And they did not do that. And he was their best player in the first period by a mile, in my opinion. He looked calm and confident. He read plays really, really well. Everything that could have gotten eaten up by him got eaten up. Everything that touched his chest protector stayed in his chest protector, and he did a great job of providing them every opportunity to win that game. And you need a goal. You give them a performance like that through whatever it was, 47 minutes, that you give them a 1-goal deficit to come back out of, and your team can't give you one, and that's all you can ask of a goalie, really. Like, you're never expecting your guy to play any better than Lyon did last night, I don't think.
Yeah, at least in the first 57 minutes.
Like, definitely. You're not getting much better than that on a consistent basis. There will be an outlier game here or there where you'll get a really good night out of a guy.
Yeah.
But if that's what you're getting out of Lyon consistently, you're going to win games if you can score.
Yeah.
So you've got to score.
Yep.
So I thought he played really well. I'm encouraged by it. I think he's back in there on Saturday against Boston.
I would definitely put him right back out there.
No balls and a strike. Pages breaks his bat. Kirkring gotta find it. Throws to the plate. Oh my goodness! He throws it away, and the Dodgers have won. The Dodgers win, and they are moving on to the NLCS in a most improbable finish. Pandemonium at Dodger Stadium, and your heart breaks for Orion Kirkring.
Orion Kirkring throws the Phillies season away. If he just throws it to first, they keep going. Tough one. Phillies fall. Dodgers onto the NLCS. 803-0550 is the phone number. Football coming up. We got some We got Sal Capaccio coming up next. We've got Chris Brown as well. Bills and Falcons on Monday. It's a Buffalo Bills football Friday here on WGR with some Sabres mixed in as the team gets shut out last night in their season opener. Mike in Niagara Falls next up. What's up, Mike?
Good morning. I would stop blaming the callers are calling in and blaming the coach. I don't think it's the coach's fault. If you look at up top, it's the man up top that's actually making the moves. What has he done over the years to make moves for us? I mean, it's going on and on. Then you also look at Alex Tuck's situation. He doesn't get a contract. He walks out the door. You know, there's going to be more hated fans. And then what are we doing with the team then? I mean, we're going back to rock bottom if Alex Tuck walks out the door.
Yeah. Thanks, Mike. I don't know what happens. I don't want to think about it, but I think it's a realistic possibility that Tuck walks out the door. And if he does that, then what does Tage think? What does Darlene think? And what do the Sabres do if they try to go down the same path that other players have gone down? I mean, your prediction might be they'll just do what they've always done, which is, sure, you can go. Because for whatever reason, that's been their attitude at every turn when a good player has wanted out. Well, so far that hasn't happened. So not worried about it today, but if weeks and weeks like this go by, then I probably will start getting worried about it. But right, like, sure, if the finger's got to be pointed at somebody, I think the GM obviously comes first. He's been here for 6 years. It's his roster. It's his draft picks. Jack Quinn is needed right now. They have injuries in the top six. They are trying to replace a goal scorer they had to trade away, or that they did trade away this offseason. And you'd love your former top 10 pick to be able to step up. And last night he's fumbling the puck away on the power play. He's getting shoved off of pucks in the corner, and it looks no different than it has the last two seasons in game one. That's your guy you picked 8th overall. John and Amherst quickly before the break. What's up, John?
How you doing? Yeah, I was at the game. I think the Rangers played an excellent road game. That was my takeaway. They kept everything in front of them. They plugged up the passing lanes. When we did pressure with the forecheck, there was really nowhere to go with it. So I think that was part of the problem. Like the Sabres, I think they might be all right coming out of this. But it was just a really good road game by the Rangers, and it was hard to get anything going. I was right down there, so.
Yeah. Thanks, John. I mean, that is definitely what the Rangers did, especially after they were up 1-0. I mean, the Sabres, you look at their heat map, like where the shots came from, and there's a big opening right in the slot. Like, no shots came from the slot, basically, all day yesterday. And then there's all these big red pockets over by the wall. The right side, specifically, weirdly. The Sabres had a lot of shots from the right wall last night. It's actually where most of them came from. And you're not going to win that way. So part of that, though, is, listen, that's a game plan. That's a good defensive team with a great goaltender over there. But teams will break through that this year. And it'll probably be the teams with the good offense players. If you're talented enough, you generally have the ability to break through that. So, sure, when they play Boston tomorrow and when they play bad teams, it'll look a lot better. And maybe that's all you need. Maybe you just need to win your games against bad teams, but it's not like the Rangers are some dominant superpower. They stunk last year. So I don't know. It's got to look better than that. You're going to play teams like that a lot this year. What happens when you play Florida in a week? They're missing their best two players, but up front, defensively, what's going to happen? What's going to happen when you play Washington? When you play Carolina? Like, some of those games you're going to have to find a way to win, and you can't get shut out. Sal Capaccio, when we come back, it's a Football Friday. Bills and Falcons. Is Ed Oliver going to play? First practice report of the week yesterday. We'll start going through it with Sal when we come back. It's Jeremy and Joe here on WGR. Norris is hurt. Again, I mean, that was... Could it have been any faster? I mean, I saw a couple from around the league, like Greg Wyshynski was one. This is not surprising, but like it's almost ridiculous that it happened that quickly. One game in, we just had him on the other day talking about how all the training work that he did in the offseason with the Sabres' new strength and conditioning team that he has a relationship with, and how he's never felt better going into a year. You do kind of, you're frustrated, but you also do feel for a guy like that because he is a good player, and the guy just can't stay on the ice, and his career is being derailed in front of our eyes because he just can't stay on the ice. And, man, like, it's one night, right? And it's one game. They're not going to get shut out every night. They're probably not going to get shut out on Saturday. I think they win on Saturday. Boston's won their first 2 games. I still think that's a bad hockey team. Colorado, I'm not so confident about, but like it's not going to look that bad every night. But it just happened to be at the start of the year. The Norris injury, though, is the long-term thought you should be having this morning.
Oh yeah,
because if this is going to continue like this, where it's 3 games for the Sabres last year, and he's injured. And this year it's 1 game for the Buffalo Sabres, and he's injured. And all the past injuries that he had in Ottawa, he's never played a full year. If this is going to persist, we got a bigger problem than even just this season.
Oh, yeah.
He is under contract for a long time. He's under contract till 2030. At $7.95 million a year. I mean, if he can't play the sport more than 50 games a year, at that number, it's just that's not great. So that's not a great thought to have this morning.
I heard Paul on my way home from the game say, like, if he's out long term, this team's going nowhere.
I mean, Kulik is your number 1 center suddenly, and maybe you don't hate that much, but it's you get thin quick. You get thin quick.
I was counting on Norris to replace a lot of that Peterka offense.
Right.
That's what, and the team obviously is too. That's the clear. This is where that's coming from. And if it's gone, good luck. I saw a stat yesterday that I think will matter a lot going into this game, the way the Bills have looked, the things they have struggled at, the things that Atlanta are very good at, and we can make this improving the game plan. Brought to you by Blue Star Home Services, your heating and cooling experts ready to improve your home's comfort plan. Get started at BlueStarHS.com. The Bills have been a bad tackling team so far this season. Bad tackling team. In fact, you look at some of the best players in the league at forced missed tackle rate, and who's number 1? A guy that's played the Bills, Kendre Miller, who did he break 6 tackles on the 1 touchdown run that he had? He did probably a lot of his damage right then and there. So he is number 1 in football in tackles avoided per carry. Almost 40% rate. Number 2 in the league, to nobody's surprise, is Bijan Robinson, who the Bills will see on Monday. And if it's going to be another one of these, hey, this team's going to try to run on you games, how the Bills fare in that, they did just look pretty good doing it against New England. Like, New England, how they beat the Bills was not what they really set out to do at the outset. If you watched how the Patriots played the Bills in the first half of that game, they were lining up with a lot of I formation, a lot of fullback, a lot of 2 tight end sets, and they were trying to run the ball right at the Bills, and they really weren't having a ton of success doing that. It was only when they started to open things up with May and threw the ball to Diggs. I mean, Diggs got the first pass of the game, and then he didn't catch another pass until I think it was the 4th drive of that game between the Bills and the Patriots. So what was their original plan? I mean, they came out thinking they were going to run it all over the Bills. And how did that end? 22 carries for 71 yards.
Sabres season opener begins, and it is a shutout loss for the Buffalo Sabres. A 4-0 defeat at the hands of the New York Rangers. It was 1-0 for the majority of the game, but 3 late goals by the Rangers, including 1 empty netter with under 3 minutes to go, has the final score at 4-0. So no goals on opening night. Igor Shesterkin stops 37 against the Sabres. Also, Josh Norris left the game late with an injury, was very late, did not return. See about his status in the next couple of days. So the Sabres begin the season with a loss. Next up for them will be Saturday at 7 o'clock at the Boston Bruins, who have won each of their first 2 games on the season. Last night on Thursday Night Football, Jackson Dart impresses and beats the Philadelphia Eagles. Giants 34, Philadelphia 17. Dart threw for 195 and a touchdown, but he also added 58 on the ground with a rushing touchdown. The Giants go to 2-4 on the year. The Eagles lose again. They drop to 4-2. To the Bills, injury report, first of the week yesterday, and Ed Oliver was back on the field. There's been optimism about him playing this week. He was limited. Taylor Rapp limited with a nose injury. Curtis Samuel was limited with neck and rib injuries. Dorian Williams returned to the practice field. He was limited, as was Deion Dawkins, Damar Hamlin, and Dalton Kincaid popped up on the Bills injury report with an oblique injury. The only 2 players not participating, linebacker Matt Milano, pectoral injury, and defensive tackle TJ Sanders, knee injury. Finally, in baseball, last night the Dodgers beat the Phillies in extra innings to win the series in 4. Cubs shut out the Brewers 6-0, sending that series to a Game 5. So Tigers-Mariners Game 5 is today at 8 o'clock, and then Cubs-Brewers is Saturday at 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. It's the Buffalo Bills Football Friday here on WGR. Good morning. Jeremy is off this morning. Sal Capaccio joins the show now on the Westher Hotline. Football Friday here on WGR ahead of Bills and Falcons. Brought to you by Celino Law. Car crash, call Celino. Call the 8s. And by Crosby's Pizza and Subs. Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. Sal, you were at the Sabre game last night, correct?
I was, yes.
Not a great ending. It was nice to be back in the arena. It was full. Were you in agreement with us that just felt like the building was ready for something to cheer about, and it just never happened to come?
Yeah, unfortunately, a lot of cheering from Rangers fans who were there, and that's expected. We've seen other teams' fans, and especially a team like the Rangers, and it was a little bit tough at the end because obviously they were pretty loud, and I was obviously hoping it would be the other way around. Yes, it felt like the building was ready for something, I don't know, even a goal, right? We got home, and
yeah.
I said to Yana and Max when we got home, we were all there, I said, it just would have been nice just to get a goal, just to cheer for a goal last night, right?
Right.
Great second period. I mean, they look good in the second period. I mean, Shesterkin saw everything really cleanly, though. That's the only thing. He really didn't have anything. He wasn't too challenged, but, man, they put pressure on. A lot of the play was in the Ranger zone as opposed to the first period was tough. First period was tough, man. Like, they just came out, and you could tell right away, man, the Rangers were trying to get that taste of their first loss out of their mouth, and you could tell the Sabres injuries were already piling up, and here we go, right? I mean, already a bunch of injuries to start the year, and then Josh Norris, just, my goodness.
Yeah. Right, game 1 of the year. And we're already here wondering, what it is. And the injury was just such a non-event. He just took a face-off, and that's it. Just something happened, something pulled. Who knows? We'll see what comes of that. Sabres and Bruins tomorrow night. And one more thing before we get to the Bills, Sal. You were at the game, so I don't know if you saw any of the football game last night between the Eagles and the Giants, but I am interested in what position both coaches are now in. 2 Western New York guys, Brian Dable, Nick Sirianni. And Dable, I'm wondering if his job is, it's not safe. I don't think, because they are 2-4, and when you're at this point in the season in your career, I don't know if you would call it safe, but. Man, Jackson Dart, the vibes are high. He looks good. Him and the coach seem to be really on the same page. And then on the other side, the Eagles just cannot figure it out. And I know how that fan base is, and I know that, Sirianni's getting a lot of heat, even though he just won the Super Bowl 6 months ago. But that's just how it is there. So, do you have a thought on either one of those, the two coaches, and kind of where they currently stand?
Yeah, I think that Brian Dable has done a really nice job to kind of stabilize here the last couple of weeks, and he's a super emotional, fiery guy, as we saw last night. A lot of that is what Jackson Dart is starting to do. I just need to see more of a sample size. A lot of times a quarterback comes in and looks really good for a little while, and then all of a sudden there's film on him, and teams start to kind of figure that out. Scatterboo looks really good. How often can he, at that style, how long can he play like that? But the Giants need to win right now, no doubt about it. And I do think that, Dable right now, a lot of feel good, but if we're talking another month and a half from now and then only get a couple more wins, then we're back in the same spot, right? Because they have to be better. They have to build on. And I don't know if just having, we got a quarterback, looks pretty good here, but you still win 6 games, if that matters, right? Maybe it does to Mara. I'm not really sure. He might feel like that does. As far as Sirianni, I think it's wild, too, that we even have that discussion, Joe, of what is the coach's status who just won the Super Bowl in February, right? Mm-hmm. But if you remember even last year and 2 years ago, this is what happens in Philly, despite the success that they have. They're ruthless on that coach. I know the fan base is. I don't know if the organization would have an appetite to move on. I wouldn't think so at this point. I think, to me, Sirianni, almost no matter what happens this year, I think he has a grace period. But there's certainly a lot of pressure to perform way better than they have the last couple of weeks. That's for sure.
Yeah, the only reason I think it even comes up is because, like you mentioned, they kind of have that track record. They fired Doug Peterson not long after he won a Super Bowl. That was probably 2-3 years, but it's the only reason I think it even comes up. It's just Philly in general. And they look so bad. I just saw that they're minus 420 yards for their yard margin on the year. Most 3-and-outs in the league. Highest rate of 3-and-outs in 20 years. Just there's so many stats that just show how bad they've been on offense, but they are still 4-2. So
I still when I watched last night. I watched. I think by the time we got home it was middle of the third quarter. But I think it from a Bills perspective too, from a prism of because so many people the Bills aren't perfect, right? And they are 4-1, and they have games here they have against Miami or New Orleans, whoever, and then they lose to the Patriots where you win the game, you don't look great. And I say all the time when we talk about this, look around the league. If you think every team's perfect, they're not. And then you look at the Eagles, you're oh, my God. That's an example of, look at this team. They are so talented. They just won the Super Bowl. And holy heck, they just can't get out of their own way.
Yeah, I think they're tougher to figure out, too. The Bills we look at, right, I don't think the Bills' problems are as big as the Eagles' problems. And I think we know what they are. We know, okay, they're not the best at separation at receiver. And right now the secondary is maybe a little thin. And the run defense, at times is susceptible. Philly, just look at them I don't know what the problem is. They have a great running back. They have a great offensive line. They have great receivers. The quarterback's good. The defense has been fine.
Why can't they run the ball? It's weird, right?
I don't know.
Saquon just cannot run the ball.
It's very weird. It's very weird. It's not like last year.
I saw your brother tweeting last night about they need a corner or something.
Yeah, well, Quinyon Mitchell gets hurt yesterday too. So, yeah, right. Offensively, maybe is where the mystery is. Why can't they run the ball is a great question. I don't know. So let's get to the Bills, Sal. The injury report yesterday. Before we get to the guys that might be available this week, where are we at with the guys on IR? So you had some video of Max Hairston yesterday, but the Bills are not opening any windows at this point.
Yeah, no windows opening this week. They would have done that yesterday. So we'll wait. It always felt to me like they probably wouldn't, definitely for Hairston, I would think Bass here too, until probably they get back from the bye week. Because one of the reasons why, Joe, is that operationally people have to understand you get a hard 21 days once you say we're going to activate the window and put the guy on the practice field and start practicing. And that 21 days includes the bye week. So when there's a bye week and the team's not practicing because they're not allowed to with CBA and all that, you're not getting those practice reps. So let's just say the Bills had said yesterday, we're opening Max Harrison practice window. All right, well, he'd get 3 days of practice, and then guess what? There'd be no practice next week. By the time he got to the time he's back on the field, you're already halfway through his window. And he really hasn't done anything, you know? So I think that the bye week, after the bye week, has always felt the most likely for me to have him come back. Now, that said, Sean McDermott was asked yesterday, how confident are you in Max Harrison and Tyler Bass, still playing this season? He said, we'll see. That raises alarm bells from Bills fans. I get it. But I always like to point out, that's just how he talks. You don't have to like it, but just understand he doesn't want to put himself in a corner where he says something like, oh, yeah, I think that's the case. And then suddenly the guy has a setback and he has to explain that. You know what I mean? It's just not what he does. And he could say a little bit more if he feels confident in his own mind that those guys are coming back. He could say that if he'd like. He just chooses not to because he doesn't want to put himself in a position where if it ultimately doesn't happen for some reason, then somebody's looking bad in that situation. So I don't read as much into the we'll see as a lot of people. I think it's we'll see. And maybe he thinks they are, and it's coming sooner rather than later. Or maybe there's a chance where we don't see Max Harrison this year. I'm not really sure. I know that yesterday he worked with a trainer, and I saw him doing more lateral and stop and go and back and forth a lot more than I have recently, and I think that's super encouraging.
Yeah. What he is doing at this point, Sal, he's working with trainers, but it's on very light drills, right? He's not wearing equipment or anything.
No, that's right. He's not allowed to practice in a actual practice capacity. So he's with a trainer. You see the videos. I posted videos on my XP. I also posted videos on WGR550.com on my story from yesterday, so people can see that and see what I'm talking about. And then someone said, well, he looks like he's got no brace on. I think the brace is under the sweats that he's wearing, Joe?
Yeah.
So I also wouldn't, read much into that. But I do think it's encouraging that he's doing a little bit more here, it seems like.
Is there anything on Tyler Bass at this point, or is it kind of the same deal?
Pretty much same deal. We see him walking around. He's been out there. He's down on the field as well, during games and talking with guys. So we'll see where that goes. But no, nothing really. It's harder. I haven't seen him doing the same kind of stuff, but a lot of times, typically, any specialist in that situation would be more in the field house or something like that, talking and working with his special teams coaches.
Right. Sal Capaccio on the West Her hotline. Okay, Sal, so the injury report maybe a little lengthier than we've seen so far this year. No Matt Milano, no TJ Sanders. I guess how concerning should the TJ Sanders injury be right now? That popped up in the middle of last week, correct?
It did. Well, you could look at it a couple ways, all right? If you're just looking at it from a standpoint of, okay, you have a young defensive tackle who's injured and he hasn't played and you need to get his reps, that's concerning, no doubt. Anytime someone's hurt, that's concerning. If you look at it from a standpoint of, well, looks like they're going to get Ed Oliver back this week, at least it feels like that, then, he can kind of be you can just do a one-for-one, that's fine. And you're getting Larry Ogunjobi coming back from suspension. So, Joe, at the end of the day, here's what if TJ Sanders isn't completely healthy in a week from now, I wouldn't even rule out if IR's a possibility. That's my thought. I'm not saying from the coach or anything like that. I'm just thinking about the numbers. If he's not completely healthy, you may have no choice but to say, you know what? We're activating Ogunjobi. We have to. And Ed Oliver's playing. Are you going to roll with five defensive tackles and 6 defensive ends? It just seems like it would be too many.
Right. It delays the Bills' need to make a decision on the roster if they were to do that.
Well, the decision to me would be then maybe you put TJ Sanders on IR if he's not healthy. You miss a week and a half of practice, 2 games maybe, let's say, and then you have somebody activating. You just have to make a decision. So I'm just saying from the 30,000-foot view, I just wonder if that becomes an option if he's not completely healthy in a week from now.
Sal Capaccio with us on the Wester Hotline. So you mentioned Ed Oliver. He posted on Instagram earlier in the week. I know McDermott had spoke about Oliver too. It seems like the arrow's pointing up for him, returning maybe this week. And certainly I would think after the bye, if not. But it feels like this week for him. What about the other players that were limited, especially some of the newer guys like Kincaid, Dawkins? Is there anything else on the report that you were curious about being a problem going into Monday?
Yeah, I think anytime you don't hear from the coach who says somebody's going to be limited and then they are limited, you wonder if something happened at practice. But in Dalton Kincaid's case, he was wearing a red non-contact jersey yesterday, oblique injury. So, it's something to monitor, but at the same time, he finished the game last week. He is practicing, and I think you have to remember, even though it's a Thursday, Joe, yesterday, it's really like a Wednesday for a normal week. If a guy is on the field limited on Wednesday after finishing the game on the previous week, I'm generally not too worried, to be honest with you. Like, that's a pretty good sign. If he's missed a couple of games and then he's limited on that date, then you're still wondering, like Ed Oliver was, and he still didn't play. So not too worried about that, not too concerned about that, but today's another day where, we'll see if guys are on the practice field, what their practice status is. I will have Sean McDermott on today, but he's not going to give us game status today. This is not a normal Friday interview because the game's on Monday.
Right.
Game statuses don't come out until tomorrow, so there's really nothing we can gain from hearing from Sean today as far as any injured players and what their game status might be.
Okay. On the Atlanta side, by the way, Sal, I don't know if you saw the Darnell Mooney injury that he's been dealing with. He did not practice Thursday, which I thought was a little bit of a surprise because I think Rappaport had something before their bye week that he wouldn't miss another game. But here he is not practicing to open the week. And this matchup, Atlanta has not looked super impressive this year. They've had a really bad game against Carolina. They've had some other impressive games. But when I look at where the Bills maybe have shown weaknesses this year, it would be a downfield weapon if they can get a matchup with maybe Tre'Davious White, and it's the run game. So the run game's there, right? Like Bijan Robinson has been awesome, and the Bills have not last week, New England they did pretty well, but other games they've looked a little susceptible. But man, if they don't have Mooney, like that's kind of it for them, I feel like, as a downfield option. Drake London plays in the slot, so that could be a big injury for them if the Bills secondary is a little susceptible to plays down the field.
Yeah, and I think I read a quote from him saying like he felt good moving forward, but I don't know if that means right away this week, right? It's a non-conference game for them as well.
Right.
So do they want to give him another week? Not really sure about that. He has an extra day this week like everybody for Monday night. He's missed a couple weeks. So it sounded, I agree with Joe, it sounded to me like Mooney was moving in a direction of maybe playing on Monday night, but maybe they hold him out, and that does hamper them. They are very dynamic on offense, so as you point out, and they've been kind of feast or famine this year. They've scored points, and they had over 400 yards of offense, I think, the last game they played, and then they got shut out by the Carolina Panthers, a couple weeks ago. So, they have a lot of talent on that side of the ball. They have a young quarterback who could be a little up and down. So the Bills have their hands full. The biggest thing for the Bills this week, to me, is going to just be tackling. They're going to have to tackle. You have to tackle better. Tackling's been an issue this year. Bijan Robinson is tough to tackle, and he's a guy they're going to have to deal with both in the run game and the pass game. But when he gets the ball in his hands, they have to bring him to the ground.
What do you think of Penix?
I like his ball placement. I like his accuracy. He reminds me of a bigger Tua. I know they're both left-handed, so it's easy to say that, right?
But it's like almost a coincidence they're both left-handed because I think they're very similar also.
Yeah, and maybe he's a little more mobile, but he's not super mobile.
Right.
He's not a guy that's going to get out of the pocket and run. Now, Tua actually did that against the Bills a couple of times. But as opposed to the quarterbacks the Bills have played recently, which is mainly Spencer Rattler and Drake May, and even go back to Justin Fields, as opposed to those quarterbacks, and Lamar obviously, this is not a quarterback that you should worry too much about running. You can keep him in the pocket.
Mm-hmm.
And, Sean McDermott against a young quarterback, first time he's seen him, in the quarterback against McDermott's defense, you hope that, he can dial up some things that confuses them and things like that. And I would think that the Bills would try to do things. As far as what I think about him, though, I do think that, he's a guy that can, throw the ball in the NFL and make precision throws. I think, though, that he's got to know what he's seeing, and not being as mobile as a lot of the quarterbacks are these days hurts him, obviously, in that situation.
Yeah, I'll let you go with this. The Bills' defensive line, like, I've heard, I don't know if you've had some calls too. We've had some calls like, how come they're not making these big plays? And maybe they're not getting all the way home, but they do have a lot of good numbers. Like I saw the other day, they're number one in the league in quick pressures. I mean, but think of the Drake May play, right? Like, they might be getting right through. They've played a couple quarterbacks that are very good at escaping. And you can blame the Bills for that if you want, I guess. But they're about to play. Penix has had 260 yards in 6 seasons of college football, and I think he's only sitting on 50 rushing yards in 9 starts in the NFL, 7 starts in the NFL. So, like you said, him and maybe even the next guy they'll play after the bye, Bryce Young. Like, if the Bills are getting right through, I think they're probably about to play a couple quarterbacks that aren't getting away in some of the ways that the guy they just played did.
I agree with that, and you'd love to see that. And look, Ed Oliver matters a lot, and I do think Michael Hoyt matters a lot to this. I think Michael Hoyt's going to be a piece that is not that he's going to come in and be Lawrence Taylor. It's not what I'm saying. But I think he's going to allow the Bills to do some things on defense they've really wanted to be able to do. They haven't been able to yet. And Ed Oliver, what he does is he allows he gets penetration from the D tackles, and he's your best interior penetrator. The guys they had on the field last week, they bring up the practice squad guys. They're not penetrators. Those are gap guys. Those are pluggers, right? And like Ed Oliver's going to help, and it's also going to force teams to kind of pay more attention to him, which gives you a little bit more freedom with Joey Bosa and with Greg Rousseau. So you hope that all of that comes together, and I agree with you. And maybe this is a week where you get home a couple of times and you start to feel a lot better about what's going on with their pass rush.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Around what time should we be looking out for Sean McDermott, or is it as fluid as you would
about
expect?
10:30 today. We'll do about 10:30 today,
10:30.
I think, with Sean. And then so again, just so everybody knows, we're not going to get game status. We'll talk more about just kind of the game itself, last week into this week, and then how Ed Oliver is progressing. I'll ask him that. And then the team will we'll get more of an injury update later today from practice, and then tomorrow will be like a normal Friday where we'll get the game status report.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, Sal.
You got it, man.
Sal Capaccio on the Western Hotline. Stay tuned for the Extra Point Show coming up at 10 a.m. When we come back, Chris Brown on more about this matchup and, thinking about Penix and the Bills, some of these stats on their defensive line. I wonder where everyone is on how good their line has looked. Because, again, a lot of numbers point to they've been good. They're just not getting all the way to the quarterback. And maybe this is the guy they'll get to. 803-0550 is the phone number. Sneaky Joe DiBiase. Jeremy is off today. It's a Football Friday here on WGR, which is presented by Celino Law, Car Crash. Call Celino, call the 8s, and by Crosby's Pizza and Subs, Crosby's Hometown Fuel. Game day ready since 1922. I saw a stat yesterday that I think will matter a lot going into this game, the way the Bills have looked, the things they have struggled at, the things that Atlanta are very good at, and we can make this improving the game plan. Brought to you by Blue Star Home Services, your heating and cooling experts ready to improve your home's comfort plan. Get started at BlueStarHS.com. The Bills have been a bad tackling team so far this season. Bad tackling team. In fact, you look at some of the best players in the league at forced missed tackle rate, and who's number one? A guy that's played the Bills, Kendre Miller, who did he break 6 tackles on the 1 touchdown run that he had? He did probably a lot of his damage right then and there. So he is number 1 in football in tackles avoided per carry. Almost 40% rate. Number 2 in the league, to nobody's surprise, is Bijan Robinson, who the Bills will see on Monday. And if it's going to be another one of these, hey, this team's going to try to run on you games, how the Bills fare in that, they did just look pretty good doing it against New England. Like, New England, how they beat the Bills was not what they really set out to do at the outset. If you watched how the Patriots played the Bills in the first half of that game, they were lining up with a lot of I formation, a lot of fullback, a lot of 2 tight end sets, and they were trying to run the ball right at the Bills, and they really weren't having a ton of success doing that. It was only when they started to open things up with May and threw the ball to Diggs. I mean, Diggs got the first pass of the game, and then he didn't catch another pass until I think it was the fourth drive of that game between the Bills and the Patriots. So what was their original plan? I mean, they came out thinking they were going to run it all over the Bills. And how did that end? 22 carries for 71 yards. I was not ready to show up this morning. The way we talked yesterday, I thought, I'm expecting them to look good, and I'm really, really worried about the goaltending. The flip end actually maybe happened is they didn't score a goal, but I kind of felt pretty good about how the goalie looked.
I loved his game last night. I know, like, yeah, I'm giving up 4, and it looks kind of lopsided, and his save percentage isn't going to be any good off of that game, but I thought he made an unbelievable first save of the game off of a one-timer shot, glove save to just
20 seconds in.
Right in, which was a really, really solid start. Like, that just gives your team a second to, like, okay, we could have given one up there. We didn't. Our guy bailed us out. Let's get rolling. And they did not do that. And he was their best player in the first period by a mile, in my opinion. He looked calm and confident. He read plays really, really well. Everything that could have gotten eaten up by him got eaten up. Everything that touched his chest protector stayed in his chest protector, and he did a great job of providing them every opportunity to win that game. And you need a goal. You give them a performance like that through whatever it was, 47 minutes, that you give them a 1-goal deficit to come back out of, and your team can't give you one, and that's all you can ask of a goalie, really. Like, you're never expecting your guy to play any better than Lyon did last night, I don't think.
Yeah, at least in the first 57 minutes.
Like, you're not getting much better than that on a consistent basis. There'll be an outlier game here or there where you'll get a really good night out of a guy.
Yeah.
But if that's what you're getting out of Lyon consistently, you're going to win games if you can score.
Yeah.
So you've got to score.
Yep.
So I thought he played really well. I'm encouraged by it. I think he's back in there on Saturday against Boston.
I would definitely put him right back out there. Bills and Falcons on Monday Night Football. The Barnes Firm injury report brought to you by the Barnes Firm. Injured for help, call 1-800-8-million. No practice for Matt Milano or TJ Sanders yesterday. A lot of Bills were limited. Dorian Williams, Curtis Samuel, Taylor Rapp, Ed Oliver. There's hope that Oliver could return this Monday. Dalton Kincaid, DeMar Hamlin, Deion Dawkins all added to the report as well. Giants beat the Eagles 34-17 last night on Thursday Night Football. Another impressive game for Jackson Dart. Sabres get shut out on their season opener at home against the Rangers 4-0. They play the Bruins tomorrow night at 7. Those are your Paddock Chevrolet sports headlines. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership. Welcome back to Football Friday here on WGR. Sneaky Joe DiBiase. Jeremy White off this morning. Bills and Falcons coming your way on Monday Night Football. Chris Brown joins the show now on the Westher Hotline, brought to you by Northwest Bank. For what's next, get started at northwest.com, by Northtown Volkswagen, Western New York's #1 VW dealership. Shop online at northtownvw.com, and by Lockport Outdoor Store, high-impact gear for hardworking men and women. Good morning, Chris. It's Atlanta this Monday, and that's not a place that the Bills go very often. I mean, it's been, what, 8 years, right, since they've been there?
Yeah, first year of McDermott's tenure as head coach. And it's kind of an interesting dichotomy here, because when the Bills went down there in 2017, first-year head coach, team trying to, become relevant again in the NFL, facing an Atlanta team with, NFC contender aspirations with a reigning league MVP in Matt Ryan, and now it's 8 years later and it's completely reversed. Atlanta's trying to become relevant, and they're facing a reigning MVP in Josh Allen. So kind of an interesting flip here 8 years later.
Yeah, that game I remember. The Bills hadn't won a road game against a top team in a long time, and then they went to Atlanta and won that game. There's a big Tre'Davious White play in there somewhere. I don't remember if it's a pick or a fumble.
53-yard fumble return.
Okay.
And for a touchdown, and then Micah Hyde had an interception on Matt Ryan on a deep post route.
Yep.
And really, Atlanta didn't take care of the football. And, lo and behold, the Bills get a one-score road win that nobody thought they'd get.
Right. So to this game, Chris, you mentioned the Falcons, the tables are kind of turned here, the other side. What do you think of these Falcons? They had one of the, I feel like, the worst performances in the league this year when they got shut out 30-0 against Carolina. They've looked, I think, okay in a lot of their other games, but a lot of it comes down to the quarterback. They've got a good run game. But what do you think about the Falcons kind of on the overall?
Yeah, so elite physical talent at the skill positions, and that includes the defensive side of the ball at edge rusher with the 2 first-round picks, James Pierce and Jalen Walker. But on the offense, I mean, they've got 6 first-round picks in their starting 11, and 4 of them are top 10 picks, and that's the quarterback, the running back, the receiver, and the tight end. So elite physical talent on the offensive side of the ball. The problem is they have yet to coalesce and play as an 11-man unit on a consistent basis. Great individual talent, but they haven't pulled it together in the team concept. And I think more than anything, that falls on Raheem Morris, their head coach, and their offensive coordinator, Zach Robinson. They've been trying to come up with ways to make them a more effective offense. Robinson even came down to the sideline from the booth a couple of weeks ago to try to make things better. And it's still a work in progress. And I think if you look at their results, it's a testament to that, up one week, down the next. And that 30-0 drubbing from a division opponent, and one that's not terribly respectable, and trying to make the same leaps that Atlanta was eye-opening. I mean, my eyes almost fell out of my head when I saw that score.
Yeah, in the turn they couldn't hang on to the football in that game. 3 turnovers, big returns by Carolina. Right, like I'm trying to figure out what they want to be. Like, do they want to be this ground and pound attack, which would make sense? I mean, they have one of the best running backs. I mean, maybe you can make an argument he is the best running back, most talented running back in football, in Bijan Robinson. But right, like they have so much other skill. I guess it just comes down to how much they trust the quarterback. Like, because otherwise, they kind of present themselves as a team that you would think when they play the Bills, especially. Like, the Bills' rush defense has showed some holes that you might expect a team like that to come out and say, let's run the ball right at them. And where are you on that, Chris? Like, the Bills' rush defense and the level of concern of that. There are some bad numbers, although we did just see them against New England pretty much stop a Patriots offense that early on was trying to run the ball, and they really weren't able to, which is, I think, part of why they started throwing it with May more.
Yeah, I thought we saw some progress from the group last week. But again, you're entering a week where you're wondering who you're going to have in your front seven. That really disrupts what you're trying to get accomplished on the defensive side of the ball when you're switching people in and out all the time based on health. So you would hope that, they have a semblance of an idea as to who's going to be good to go on Monday night. And, you look at it and you say, Bijan Robinson's got to be job number one here. And we should also mention here that Bijan Robinson is not just a runner. He leads that team in receiving, and he's got 2 100-yard receiving games already this season. So just because you plug him up in the run game doesn't mean your job is done with that guy. So I think the biggest issue is, for Atlanta anyway, is Penix hasn't really figured it out yet. He hasn't put it all together. And, he doesn't have 16 starts in the NFL yet. He only played or started 6 games last year, I believe. So I think he's still figuring it out, so that's good news for the Bills. And, I'm a little worried about all these individual matchups with what they present, at the skill positions. I think you really got to heat up Penix and force him to make decisions prematurely, because he has shown if you heat him up, he is prone to mistakes.
Yeah, and how do you feel about the Bills' pass rush so far? There are some numbers that show that they are very, quick pressures, they're number 1 in the league. Some of those pressure rate numbers, they're rating pretty well. And Penix is not all that mobile. So, I don't know, would you expect them to get home this week, especially if Ed Oliver's playing, which I feel like the arrow is pointing in the right direction on that? How confident would you be in that unit winning this week?
Yeah, I feel a little bit better about some of those matchups across the front. Bobby Babich is, I feel at times that because of how thin they are at corner, linebacker, that he's kind of got a hand tied behind his back with the menu of calls he can go with and feel comfortable about. And when the pass rush is not getting home with just 4, I think it compromises things all the further. So I think they've got to mix and match stuff and try to find, a combination of things that puts the back end in the best position possible. Last week, they can't get home because of those split backs that they used to chip the edge rushers, and May had all day to throw. You cannot have that against Atlanta this week. You've got to come up with a way and devise a plan to get consistent pressure on Penix, because, as I said, you do that, I think he's prone to give you a couple opportunities to take the ball the other way.
Chris Brown. On the offensive side, Chris, you feel like they're going to try to get back to getting James Cook going after not much happening there last week?
Yeah, I would anticipate that. I think one of the most effective ways to, take what's going to be probably an amped-up Falcons crowd on a Monday night situation to get them out of the game early. You really just got to weather the first 10 minutes of the game there, not give them anything big to get the crowd in the game. So, to me, that answer is, running James Cook. I think the offensive line can win at the line of scrimmage in that area. So, yeah, that would be what I would do, and then just work some play action off of that. Josh has been very effective under center off play action this season. So I would kind of go that route, and, hopefully you have some success and they don't force you to do something else to make you play left-handed.
Chris Brown on the West Her Hotline. What's the media booth or the broadcast booth like in Atlanta for you? The stadium looks like a palace, but what's your setup like?
Yeah, it's hard to knock it. I mean, the press box food offerings are top notch. I think there's even a soft serve ice cream dispenser there.
Wow.
Which is the same. Tampa, I got to tell you, the NFC South.
Yeah.
Some of their food offerings in their press boxes are elite. Because I know Tampa has soft serve too. We saw that in the preseason. But yeah, Atlanta. I guess it's because Arthur Blank is a Brooklyn native, so he had Carvel. He's got a Carvel ice cream soft serve dispenser in the press box. Carvel's a New York-based ice cream maker, and I guess he said, "I need that," and so it's there. And I'm not complaining, but the booth's a little off to the corner. It's not terrible. And what's interesting is they've got that around the roof ribbon board. So there's no ribbon board like along the sides where you usually see them on, the mezzanine level or something. They're around the top. So you really have to have your eyes down on the field and then pick them up again, if you want to check time on the clock and things like that. So that's the only thing that's a little different there.
Right. Listen, I'll say as someone that has a bad sweet tooth, I'm very glad the Bills do not just have just a soft serve dispenser just like right there for anybody to take.
It's tough to stay away from.
Yeah, I don't think they have that at the new stadium. I can't confirm that for sure. I guess we'll see. Thanks, Chris. Enjoy the trip, and we'll talk to you on, I believe, Tuesday.
All right, sounds good.
Thanks, Chris. Chris Brown on the Western Hotline, Bills and Falcons on Monday. I've talked to a couple people that are going to this game. Actually like 2 in the last couple days. Like, we'll do a trip every year, pick a road game, and this year they picked Atlanta, which in part is because you don't play there very often, right? Like 2017 is the last one. They will not play in Atlanta again probably for 8 years, I think. So that stadium is probably top 3 to 5 stadiums that I'd want to see in a road game. Next to, depends, like you get your brand new palace-like buildings like SoFi, more so Atlanta and probably Vegas, though. And then, for me, it's the historic one. Like, I want to see Lambeau. And I think that's next year. I think the Bills are at the Packers next year. But this one, I'm disappointed I'm not seeing this one because I would like to see that stadium for sure. And the Jersey matchup again. I can't get over how good it is. When we come back, who just needs to get results? A little bit more on the defense. Bijan is scary, and there's one player that I'm thinking about a lot for keeping him in check coming up on Monday. Yeah, leads the team in rushing and receiving. He is awesome. 803-0550 is the phone number if you got a thought on this game or on the Sabres falling last night at home. We got some fantasy coming up with Scott Pianowski at 9. Stay tuned for that as well. Coming up here on WGR. Saw a stat yesterday that I think will matter a lot going into this game, the way the Bills have looked, the things they have struggled at, the things that Atlanta are very good at, and we can make this improving the game plan. Brought to you by Blue Star Home Services, your heating and cooling experts ready to improve your home's comfort plan. Get started at BlueStarHS.com. The Bills have been a bad tackling team so far this season. Bad tackling team. In fact, you look at some of the best players in the league at forced missed tackle rate, and who's number one? A guy that's played the Bills, Kendre Miller, who did he break 6 tackles on the 1 touchdown run that he had? He did probably a lot of his damage right then and there. So he is number 1 in football in tackles avoided per carry. Almost 40% rate. Number 2 in the league, to nobody's surprise, is Bijan Robinson, who the Bills will see on Monday. And if it's going to be another one of these, hey, this team's going to try to run on you games, how the Bills fare in that, they did just look pretty good doing it against New England. Like, New England, how they beat the Bills was not what they really set out to do at the outset. If you watched how the Patriots played the Bills in the first half of that game, they were lining up with a lot of I formation, a lot of fullback, a lot of 2 tight end sets, and they were trying to run the ball right at the Bills, and they really weren't having a ton of success doing that. It was only when they started to open things up with May and threw the ball to Diggs. I mean, Diggs got the first pass of the game, and then he didn't catch another pass until I think it was the fourth drive of that game between the Bills and the Patriots. So what was their original plan? I mean, they came out thinking they were going to run it all over the Bills. And how did that end? 22 carries for 71 yards. Bijan Robinson, arguably the best running back in the league, plays the Bills on Monday night, and the Bills are not doing great at tackling statistically on the year, and he's great at avoiding that. So we will see what that matchup looks like. It is time for Who Just Needs to Get Results, brought to you by Dan Chacha Injury Attorneys. Who Needs to Get Results, brought to you by Dan Chacha Injury Attorneys. Don't worry, Chacha's gotcha. I'm going to go with Shaq Thompson for this game. He has, I don't believe, officially started a game yet for the Bills. He is not. But with Matt Milano not practicing, Dorian Williams dealing with a knee injury, he's limited. And honestly, Thompson, I think, was taking the job from Williams anyway to be that immediate backup. I feel like he's starting his first game for the Bills on Sunday and should play more snaps than he has in any game. So while it's looked amazing so far, he's been one of the best linebackers in football, playing limited snaps. Last week it was 66%. The week before it was 16%, and the week prior it was 34%. So on the season, He's played about a third of the snaps on the season. He'll play 100% on Monday if Milano misses. So with playing more, we'll see what that looks like. If he can maintain what he's done, that could help a lot in stopping a Bijan Robinson. Out of the backfield, linebackers being put in one-on-one situations that could be really tough for those guys. I think you might need a big game out of Shaq Thompson if he indeed gets his first start. Quick stat of the day, by the way, before we get to a break, and then Scott Pianowski on some fantasy. Stat of the day. Last night, the Dodgers win in extra innings over the Phillies. Brutal loss for the Phillies, the way it happened. The Giants beat the Eagles, big. And the Florida Panthers beat the Philadelphia Flyers. Cities in history to have their NHL, NFL, and Major League Baseball team lose in the same day? I guess the Major League Baseball team to lose and be eliminated in the same day. So for your baseball team to be eliminated and have two other teams lose on the same day, Philadelphia did it in October of 1983. Philadelphia did it yesterday, and that's it. So that night that the Philadelphia sports fan just had last night has never happened to anybody else. Only them, twice. Your baseball team got eliminated, and oh yeah, your football team and your hockey team also got beat on the same day. Probably not a fun morning waking up this morning as a Philly sports fan. Don't lose too much sleep or shed too many tears for them, though. They just won the Super Bowl like 6 months ago. 8 months ago. Shouldn't be that hard to go October to February. 8 months ago. All right, when we come back, some fantasy. Scott Pianowski when we return here on WGR. Saw a stat yesterday that I think will matter a lot going into this game, the way the Bills have looked, the things they have struggled at, the things that Atlanta are very good at, and we can make this improving the game plan. Brought to you by Blue Star Home Services, your heating and cooling experts ready to improve your home's comfort plan. Get started at BlueStarHS.com. The Bills have been a bad tackling team so far this season. Bad tackling team. In fact, you look at some of the best players in the league at forced missed tackle rate, and who's number one? A guy that's played the Bills, Kendre Miller, who did he break 6 tackles on the 1 touchdown run that he had? He did probably a lot of his damage right then and there. So he is number 1 in football in tackles avoided per carry, almost 40% rate. Number 2 in the league, to nobody's surprise, is Bijan Robinson, who the Bills will see on Monday. And if it's going to be another one of these, hey, this team's going to try to run on you games, how the Bills fare in that, they did just look pretty good doing it against New England. Like New England, how they beat the Bills was not what they really set out to do at the outset. If you watched how the Patriots played the Bills in the first half of that game, they were lining up with a lot of I formation, a lot of fullback, a lot of 2 tight end sets, and they were trying to run the ball right at the Bills, and they really weren't having a ton of success doing that. It was only when they started to open things up with May and threw the ball to Diggs. I mean, Diggs got the first pass of the game, and then he didn't catch another pass until I think it was the 4th drive of that game between the Bills and the Patriots. So what was their original plan? I mean, they came out thinking they were going to run it all over the Bills. And how did that end? 22 carries for 71 yards. They are missing, how many guys you really want to say they're missing?
Benson and Power and Kesselring are big.
Yeah, so 3.
I'd say 3. You're
Three
missing
real
guys.
impact players that you really could have used last night.
Right. I don't think you want
Like
to count UPL because you're not getting anything better from UPL in that game.
I was going to say, that I would count UPL, but your goalie last night, your goalie wasn't the reason you lost that game.
To me.
So, but I get the point. Sure, your second pair not being on the ice, I do think is big.
That absolutely matters, and that's why I understand But any Sabres fan deserves whatever they feel this morning.
But listen, sure, they're missing a couple of guys. They scored 0 goals. A lot of the guys being asked to score for them this year are out there last night. Norris is out there. Tage is out there. Kulik is out there. Tuck is out there. Zucker is out there. Quinn is out there. Quinn was bad last night again. I mean, McLeod and Doan, if you want to go to them. The guys that you're asking to carry a lot of the goal scoring this year were there.
Yeah.
The only guy for that you might have been missing is Benson. And I do think there is, of course, room for Benson makes Norris and Thompson's jobs easier, and that can create more goals. And that, of course, Power and Kesselring should make it easier for, if they're out there with the Kulik, Zuck, Tucker line,
they're distributing the puck more effectively and getting up the ice. And there's absolutely a butterfly effect to be had from having a second pair that can really move the puck, which is what Power and Kesselring can do.
Right. That Kulik line has more chances last night playing with Power and Kesselring than they do when they're out there with Bryson and Ryan Johnson.
100%.
I definitely acknowledge that. But these guys were out there, and there were some chances, and they didn't get them when they came, and whenever they got to the offensive zone, it was just a lot along the wall. So, I get the injury point, but it's not the things that they struggled with last night. Most of those guys are available, and you didn't get the goals. Sabres season opener begins, and it is a shutout loss for the Buffalo Sabres. A 4-0 defeat at the hands of the New York Rangers. It was 1-0 for the majority of the game, but 3 late goals by the Rangers, including 1 empty netter with under 3 minutes to go, has the final score at 4-0. So no goals on opening night. Igor Shesterkin stops 37 against the Sabres. Also, Josh Norris left the game late with an injury, was very late, did not return. See about his status in the next couple of days. So the Sabres begin the season with a loss. Next up for them will be Saturday at 7 o'clock at the Boston Bruins, who have won each of their first 2 games on the season. Last night on Thursday Night Football, Jackson Dart impresses and beats the Philadelphia Eagles. Giants 34, Philadelphia 17. Dart threw for 195 and a touchdown, but he also added 58 on the ground with a rushing touchdown. The Giants go to 2-4 on the year. The Eagles lose again. They drop to 4-2. To the Bills, Injury report, first of the week, yesterday. And Ed Oliver was back on the field. There's been optimism about him playing this week. He was limited. Taylor Rapp limited with a nose injury. Curtis Samuel was limited with neck and rib injuries. Dorian Williams returns to the practice field. He was limited, as was Deion Dawkins, DeMar Hamlin, and Dalton Kincaid popped up on the Bills' injury report with an oblique injury. The only two players not participating, linebacker Matt Milano, pectoral injury, and defensive tackle TJ Sanders, knee injury. Finally, in baseball, last night the Dodgers beat the Phillies in extra innings to win the series in 4. Cubs shut out the Brewers 6-0, sending that series to a Game 5. So Tigers-Mariners Game 5 is today at 8 o'clock, and then Cubs-Brewers is Saturday at 8 o'clock. That's your Paddock Chevrolet Sports Update. Paddock Chevrolet celebrating 90 years of being your hometown dealership.
I mean, it is something that we emphasize in practice, making sure that we're not just going through the motions in our ball security drills. It's making good decisions from the quarterback end and not putting the ball in harm's way. So it's definitely fixable. Obviously, we've shown that we know how to do it and just maybe getting back to that.
Bills quarterback Josh Allen. Bills and Falcons Monday night. We got a Monday night doubleheader. The Bills and Falcons will open it up 7:15. Love being the early game on Monday, and then you get that Chicago and Washington matchup, which will be staggered a little bit, so about an hour after the fact. Good morning. It's a Football Friday here on WGR. It's Jeremy and Joe. Jeremy is off this morning. Talk some fantasy now with Scott Pianowski, Yahoo Fantasy Football, on the Wester Hotline, joining us now, one of our favorites. Good morning, Scott. How's the fantasy season treating you so far?
Well, we're surviving. We know there's been a lot of attrition at the top of fantasy football drafts, and that's why you draft multiple teams. Now I can start playing favorites. I have some teams that have run out better than others, but I like bye week season. I think it brings more decisions into the game. I realize it's harder. I realize a lot of fantasy managers just want to roll out their best players, but I think the better you are at fantasy, the more this time of the year will play to your skill. So this has always been a time of the year that I relish.
I think the feeling of, I had this happen last week in a very, very, very deep league, so give me a second on this one, but having to start Ryan Flournoy from the Dallas Cowboys and then having what happened where he goes for 100 yards, that's a better feeling than your first-round pick scoring 20 points, I have to say.
Totally agree. Yeah, if you have the stones to play Kendrick Bourne, right? What was Kyle Shanahan's special last week where his entire offense is on the injury report, and I think Bourne ran up 142 yards. I've always maintained that when you get production from the fringe players, especially because it was a pickup you made, it was a last-second call that you made, I think that feels more. People have different opinions on this. Some people think the most fun thing in fantasy is to build the best team in the league and to rip people off in trades and just roll out your superstars. And I guess there's something to be said for that. But it's kind of like Dave Roberts stole that base that jump-started the Red Sox in 2004, and he'll always dine out on that. For me, I'm always looking for the Dave Roberts, for the guy who does the little thing, and I'm maybe not as focused on the star players sometimes.
Yep. So far, Scott, through 5 games, get to the Bills a little bit here, some of the star players at each position. How sure are you that you kind of know what a lot of these teams are at this point? Not just for like who you're targeting to play guys from, but also maybe play against. Like it seems like Dallas is a team you want to be matched up against. Carolina maybe, like there are others. Miami maybe is this. I guess on both fronts. Like who are you sure about, and who are you sure that you want to be playing against?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because, pretty much in September, I just play the players as I had them arranged before the season. And it's about week 4, week 5, week 6, certainly where we are now, where I feel like we have enough information and strengths and weaknesses that we can start attacking matchups. You mentioned Dallas, and they are probably this year's version of the Bengals. They move the ball really well. They can't stop people. Every game turns into a shootout. That Green Bay game was a glorious 40-40 tie where they played the entire overtime and gave us all those extra stats. And even though Dallas raced out to a big lead against the Jets last week, they left the defense on the field. Justin Fields got his garbage time stats and ended up with a pretty good score after doing almost nothing for 3 quarters. So I feel like every Dallas game is a race to 30. A lot of Tampa Bay games turned into races to 30. The Tampa Bay-Seattle game last week was a lot of fun. And we've had some teams in the AFC collapse. Miami looks awful. They made Rico Dowdle look like Adrian Peterson last week. The Ravens right now, because they're so injured, can't stop anything. The Bengals have had everything go wrong on offense and on defense. There are some teams that we can attack there. But, we're always looking for volume. We're always looking for those carnival teams. Again, the Bengals were that team last year. I think the best example of this, there are a few teams that fit this description, but I think the Cowboys are one of those teams. And people might be forgetting this because they didn't play in Week 5, but the Bears might be a team like that too, where they don't really stop people. Caleb Williams has gotten a little bit better. Remember, this is an offense that takes time to learn. The Ben Johnson offense, he didn't play well in the opening loss to Minnesota other than the first 15 plays or so where he was really good. But I like what he's done. Roma Dunze has ascended to be their number one receiver. I think he might be one of the right answers. And also with Dallas, by the way, Javonte Williams. Of all the picks outside the top 100, he looks like a totally different guy 2 years removed from an injury. He's probably a second-round talent right now in real value. But, we're always trying to find those carnival teams, the high-scoring teams. And, Dallas and Chicago are two of those teams that percolate to the top of my mind.
Yeah, Javonte, it's more than just, like, when he was being drafted, I thought, all right, he'll get opportunity. He'll get, his 20-carry, 60-yard, 1-touchdown performances. But I think for him it's more than that, right? Like, I think he looks good on top of, and the numbers point to that as well, that it's not just that he's the lead guy and they don't have much else. Like, he legitimately seems like he's playing really, really well.
Totally agree. I mean, he had the 2 touchdowns in the first game, but he only averaged 3 yards a carry. And I'm like, oh, this is a fluke. I'm not falling into this. I ended up with him, I think, on one team. It's so funny that all of my best luck is funneled onto one team where everything's gone right, nobody's getting hurt. And that team has Javonte Williams, who went from somebody I wasn't even playing early in the season to somebody who I'm playing now with confidence. But what do we look for in a running back, right? We want them on the field. We want them to play in all packages. We want them to be playing when they're ahead, playing when they're behind, playing in passing downs, playing at the goal line, and he has all of that stuff. And we're looking at guys who can ascend to bigger roles. One of the big stories to me this year is Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt. You look at his story, right? He's a nobody. He's a fourth stringer. Well, wait a minute. They like him. He's having a great camp. Let's trade Brian Robinson. I think he was really good in the first week, but his role just never seemed to increase. They had that Green Bay game where he hardly got off the bench, and what's going on here? They have finally leaned into giving him the workload he deserves. I mean, his yards per carry is like 6.5 right now. He looks to be like somebody who I think he can be like a top 15, top 20 running back if Washington will just lean into him. And I think finally he may be in the circle of trust, but it took us a month to get there.
Yeah, and more touchdown opportunity once Daniels, stays in the lineup here, which he's back now. Scott Pianowski on the Western Hotline, Yahoo Fantasy Football. Let's get to the Bills a little bit here, Scott. So far, it's been a lot of running. It's been a lot of ground attack. Josh Allen will get his rushing touchdown. So for fantasy, he's number one quarterback on the season so far. That's total. I'm not sure about per game. The guy, though, that I think it's really happening for seems to be Dalton Kincaid. He has his first 100-yard game of his career last week. How trustworthy is he to you, though, as a fantasy commodity? Because while he's either number one or number two in yards per route run, part of that is he's not running all the routes. It's kind of weird. It's 65%. So is he week to week trustworthy top-level tight end at this point?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought Kincaid up. Doesn't have more than 6 targets in any game. As you mentioned, he's not a full snap guy. The key to remember with him, though, is when he's on the field, he draws a very high target share. It's just he doesn't play all the snaps. He's not the greatest blocker, obviously. Dawson Knox is always going to have a role, and they have their rotation of receivers. But you look at the scan, he scored 3 touchdowns. He had 108 yards in the New England game, caught all of his targets. And you would think when a player produces this well, you would think a role would expand. Now, we've been spoiled in maybe the last 5 or 10 years. You'd think of that receiver class of 2014 where the rookies were so good. It used to be that, don't draft rookie receivers. Certainly don't draft rookie tight ends. Those guys aren't going to do anything. And then we've had things like Kyle Pitts was really good as a rookie, and Sam Laporta was really good as a rookie, and Brock Bowers was really good as a rookie. And sometimes we look at players like Kincaid and say, how come you weren't great as a rookie? Even though 673 yards as a rookie, 73 catches, there was once upon a time that was like a wonderful season. Last year he was hurt. He missed some time. And, a year 3 breakout makes sense. That used to be the trajectory. We used to target third-year receivers. We used to target third-year tight ends. And a question I'm always asking myself with a fantasy tight end is he the number 1 or number 2 target on his team? Can I at least tell myself a story that he could lead his team in whatever it is, targets, catches, touchdown catches, red zone opportunities. And with Kincaid, all those answers are yes. So I think his role will expand. He'll get his snap share will tick up. But even if it doesn't, what he's doing right now comfortably makes him a top 10 tight end, maybe a top 5 or 6 tight end. And I think, a lot of times when a player outproduces what you expected through 5 weeks, like, oh, should I sell high? Should I move off this? Should I take advantage if the market has changed their opinion on Dalton Kincaid? I think he's a firm hold. On the teams that I have him, I'll listen on anybody. I would trade anybody if the right offer came in. But I'm not actively looking to move Kincaid. I think this is a full-year story.
Yeah, and part of it, too, is the Bills are, they spread the ball around as much as anybody. There's really nobody else that's really grabbed it, right? Like, Coleman had a big week 1, but it's been pretty pedestrian since. And Josh Palmer's not really happening, so, I mean, that seems to be a part of it, too, is that he is standing out in a group right now that, nobody else is really ascending beyond what you would expect of them.
Yeah, and the other thing that's hard about this offense is that there's always going to be a lot of goal line equity for Allen, and James Cook has just been terrific. James Cook, I just feel like I got him in one of the Yahoo now has guillotine formats.
Yep.
And I was sitting on my hands, hated to do it all through September. I had one sweat. The other weeks I got through pretty easily. But CeeDee Lamb was my first pick. I'm looking at my team. I'm like, I'm going to look like one of the weaker teams pretty soon. So when Cook and Amon-Ra St. Brown hit the wire, I made aggressive bids on both of them. I only got Cook. If I had made my bids a little bit smarter, I could have had both of those guys and maybe still had some money to play with. But I got James Cook, who I feel like is already in the end zone when the game starts. And that's why when you factor in the wide receiver rotation, there's a capped upside for Coleman. There's a capped upside for Shakir. It does help that Palmer, despite the contract, hasn't really done much, but we have to be modest. We always come back to Josh Allen won an MVP where Matt Collins was his leading touchdown receiver. That's just one of those shocking trivia things to me, but I think Kincaid's going to be a winner here. And then James Cook, I did not have ranked highly enough. I 18 touchdowns last season. I'm like, well, that's going to regress. Yeah, maybe it's not. Maybe he's going to lead the NFL in touchdowns. I mean, he would be a first-round pick for sure if you redrafted today.
No, I mean, you're right. Like, it's crazy that we've ended up here because he only had 2 touchdowns 2 seasons ago, but it's every time they get to the goal line now, it's either going to Cook or it's like an Allen sneak. Like, that's their play, and it works, so they're probably sticking with that. Had a streak.
And as you well know, the schedule is so easy. Yep. Maybe you don't like the Browns in Week 16, but I mean, Atlanta this week should be a team they do well against. They play Carolina out of the bye.
That's another Miami matchup. Yep.
Yeah, you just wish that the Jets in Week 18 was more in the fantasy playoffs because in most leagues that won't be relevant. And then they play the entire AFC North, which we thought was a bad thing, but maybe that's a good thing, right? I mean, the Baltimore game is obviously out of the way, and they had no problem moving the ball, even though somehow they lost that game. But, the Bengals aren't good. The Steelers, I think, are a totally flimsy winning team right now. That generally you want to play Pittsburgh later in the season, so I think getting them in November is a good draw. This is obviously a 13-14 win team and an offense that I think we can set and forget for the main guys. The problem is the only main guys are Allen, Cook, and I think Dalton Kincaid. We'll play Coleman when it makes sense. We'll play Shakir in PPR-heavy formats, but those are the guys who maybe have more modest expectations.
Scott Pianowski with us on the Western Hotline from Yahoo Fantasy Sports. The Bills, obviously you mentioned Atlanta, and then it's the bye week. Around the league a little bit, Scott, the Eagles and Giants last night. I wonder who this could be for any team, who you might be looking to buy low on right now that hasn't had the greatest start to the year, and whether the Eagles guys, you think, would still qualify for that, or if it just looks so constipated right now on offense for them that you just kind of want to, stay away at what the prices would probably be for your A.J. Browns and Barkleys, which would be very, very expensive still.
I don't know what to do with the Eagles offense. They were, before last night, they were averaging 261 yards per game, which is crazy for a team with as much talent as they have. And they did get over 300 last night, but obviously they were convincingly beaten by a Giants team that's average at best. At the goal line, they still, Hurts is going to have all those 1-yard touchdowns to himself. Barkley's had the regression hit. Even though they have a narrow concentration with their passing game, Brown's been a disappointment. Smith's been a disappointment. Goddard's good when he's healthy. You just wonder when the other shoe might drop with his health. But I think there's a lot of disconnects in this offense. How much did it hurt that every year they have a new offensive coordinator? Kellen Moore is now the Saints head coach. He was the guy orchestrating this offense last year. I'd be nervous about trading for A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith. Because I think when they are running well, when their offense is functioning the way they want it to, they throw 25 passes or fewer. A guy I would be looking to get is Ted McMillan in Carolina, because he's the guy with the most targets and no touchdowns. And I realize it's a Bryce Young problem, and maybe what he did at the end of last season was more noise than signal. But when you're the first read in an offense, I do think Dave Canales is a good offensive designer. There's no reason why McMillan can't score 6, 7, 8 touchdowns the rest of the season. So there's a guy, when the touchdown rate doesn't make sense, like look at Jake Ferguson starting to pay it off this year with touchdowns. He wasn't scoring last year. Part of it was Dak Prescott was hurt half the season, and he was just a screaming get. Tucker Kraft was my number one tight end target, but Ferguson was like my plan B, and so that's worked. Those are two things that have worked out. I can tell you 217 things that haven't worked out, including telling people that Puka Nacua was somebody not to draft because he doesn't score touchdowns. You know what? He really still doesn't score touchdowns. It doesn't matter. He's going to have the Cooper Kupp season from 2021. He's going to threaten a bunch of NFL records this year if he stays healthy. But yeah, Ted McMillan is probably at the top of my buy low list.
Scott Pianowski with us. The Chiefs' offense looks like it's a little bit back, especially in the last 2 weeks since Worthy has returned. And Mahomes, fantasy-wise, has been better because he's obviously scrambling more than he used to. I wonder, though, when Rice comes back. Rashee Rice, it's a few weeks away still. What would you be doing with the Chiefs right now? And who you would be trusting to carry over once Rice returns? Maybe even what Rice's value should be at this point. How do you feel like it all ends up shaking out, and what you should do if you're someone who has one of the Chiefs receivers?
Yeah, I think they're going to lean into two things. They're going to lean into passing volume, and Mahomes has already shown you made that great point about he's running more. It used to be something that he trotted out, he dusted off. It was his Billy Baru club in January. Now he's doing it out of necessity in September and October, 31 yards a game, I want to say. He's got 3 rushing touchdowns, half of their rushing touchdowns. The backs don't look great. Kareem Hunt is just a guy. Isaiah Pacheco is just a guy, but they have whatever's left of Kelsey. They have Worthy, who's dinged up and may not be 100% the rest of the way, but he's back and he can run a lot of different things. And remember, Rashee Rice looked like a star last year in September before he gets hurt. I think because he's off of suspension, the timing and stuff, you have to think he's more of a wide receiver too, but he'd be somebody you'd be starting every week. And it's just nice to have Mahomes back in the fantasy swing of things, because the last couple of years he's been an afterthought, and I've been answering start-sit questions about Mahomes. He's, I think, grown out of that now. He's back to being a top 5 guy, in part because of the rushing chops that he's added this year, but also because his receiving group is getting better. And man, Tyquan Thornton, the Patriots famously just don't draft well at receiver, or at least they don't draft well and maybe model their guys well, because Thornton looks really good in Kansas City. He's another player like Kincaid who isn't always getting the snaps of the routes, but he's averaging 20.9 yards per catch. He's had more deep passes aimed at him this season. He's got 3 touchdowns. I don't know what his role is when everybody's healthy, but I think he's better than Marquise Brown as their deep cardio guy. And Thornton is a player I think we could probably trust at least for the rest of bye-week season. Hopefully by the fantasy playoffs, you'll have a better roster, and he's only just a fill-in or a depth guy. But I wasn't sure what to make of the Chiefs before the season. I thought this could be the year they don't win the AFC West. Maybe they don't make the playoffs. And even though the running game I don't trust, I'm back in on the passing game. And it helps that guys are getting healthy. It helps that they're getting Rice back. It helps that they found Thornton, who's been a useful player. But I think this is a team, and they've had the run out that they want in the AFC with, the Chargers have had everything go wrong, and the Bengals season is probably over, and the Ravens are already picked up 4 losses. So Kansas City, an inconvenient truth, they're probably going to be in the AFC Championship game again. I hope the Bills win it this year, because it feels like they have a better team and it's their turn to go to the Super Bowl. But Kansas City, I know they're 2-3 right now, but they're going to have 11 or 12 wins at the end of the year, and I think there's going to be a lot of fantasy right answers in their passing game.
Still going to your Green Team League?
Yes, I am. I'm starting James Cook. So no matter what I do on Sunday, those 2 Cook touchdowns and 140 yards on Monday night are going to help me out. And then you guys said on the break, 2 Monday night games this week. So if you have Terry McLaurin, make sure you have a pivot lined up. At least you have more options. Maybe Luke McCaffrey could be that guy. Be ready with late swap. And also, remember, in most Yahoo leagues, Monday morning, you can probably pick up as a free agent anybody who hasn't played yet, and you can cut somebody who has already played if they're on your bench. So every Monday, especially during the bye weeks too, this kicks in. You want to be just like these second sneaky wave of pickups Monday morning in Yahoo leagues. I hate to give this tip out because I don't want it used against me. But
yes.
Monday morning, the teams on bye, the teams that haven't played yet, they're usually free agents in every league, and all you have to do is cut somebody on your bench who got hurt or didn't play or has dropped in value or you didn't want them anyway. They were a speculative pickup, whatever it is. So you say, well, none of those guys are any good. None of those guys are fantasy starters. That's fine. Pick up a backup running back. If you're in a super flex league, pick up a backup quarterback. Give yourself a chance to get lucky with those Monday night games. And all you need is just that click a couple of times during the season, and it's paid off.
Love it. Scott Pianowski, Yahoo Sports. Check out his stuff there. Thanks, Scott, as always, and we'll talk soon.
I enjoyed it. Thanks for having me.
Fantasy football season continues. We will go through some of the matchups when we come back. The Super Great American Football Friday Frenzy when we return. And I like the slate this week. I mean, I love the Sunday night game for rooting interest, right? Everyone's going to be Team Lions over the Chiefs, but we'll go through some of the others. They're showing the highlight again of this Phillies implosion last night against the Dodgers. Who's everyone lining up behind? The Blue Jays, right? Well, maybe not just here. Here, that's easy, right? It's the Blue Jays now. As a country, who's going to be like the fan favorite? The Jays are not in the country, so maybe not everybody will go for that. The Dodgers aren't likable. They're the big, bad, evil empire.
Is it the Brewers?
The Brewers.
Small town team.
Okay.
Romantic.
The Brewers.
If you can't get to rooting for the Canadian Blue Jays. Like, I'm all in on the Blue Jays now.
Yeah, me too.
I think across the country, if we're... I think Dodgers get out of here.
The Mariners are probably pretty good for this, aren't they?
Mariners
because
too. Yep.
They got a likable star, the big dumper.
Yeah.
Cal Raleigh.
Yeah.
They were bad forever, right? Didn't they just recently, like 2 years ago, break like one of the longest, was it playoff win droughts ever? It was just playoff drought.
Yeah, they've been bad for a long time. So them being back being somewhat relevant.
Oh yeah, they went from 2002 to 2022 without ever making the playoffs.
Whew.
So they recently had a 20-year drought. Seattle sports fans like, oh, Mariners. Like Mariners.
I get that. Yeah,
I can see that.
I'm with that.
Yeah, I mean they'll play the Jays in the next round.
Right. See,
if they played in the next round, I'll probably root for the winner in the World Series.
I agree with that.
I'd love to see the Jays in the World Series.
That'd be so cool.
Yeah. I wonder how much tickets would be.
Too much, probably.
First Major League Baseball game for the Blue Jays for me at a World Series game. I like it. Oh, wait, no, they came here.
Right.
Never mind. I've been to a Jays game here against the Astros, as many probably saw them here when they were here. All right, when we come back, we'll roll through Week 6 in the NFL, some of the matchups. If you've got a thought also on the Bills matchup, or if you want to get in on the Sabres shutout loss last night, you still can do that as well. 803-0550. It's a Football Friday here on WGR. They are missing, how many guys you really want to say they're missing?
Benson and Power and Kesselring are big.
Yeah, so 3?
I'd say 3.
Three real impact players that you really could have used last night?
Right. I don't think you want to count UPL because you're not getting anything better from UPL in that game.
I was going to say, that I would count UPL, but your goalie last night, your goalie wasn't the reason you lost that game.
To me.
So, but I get the point. Sure, your second pair not being on the ice, I do think is big.
That absolutely matters, and that's why I understand But any Sabres fan deserves whatever they feel this morning.
But listen, sure, they're missing a couple of guys. They scored 0 goals. A lot of the guys being asked to score for them this year are out there last night. Norris is out there. Tage is out there. Kulik is out there. Tuck is out there. Zucker is out there. Quinn is out there. Quinn was bad last night again. I mean, McLeod and Doan, if you want to go to them. The guys that you're asking to carry a lot of the goal scoring this year were there.
Yeah.
The only guy for that you might have been missing is Benson. And I do think there is, of course, room for Benson makes Norris and Thompson's jobs easier, and that can create more goals. And that, of course, Power and Kesselring should make it easier for, if they're out there with the Kulik, Zuck, Tucker line,
they're distributing
last
the
night.
puck more effectively and getting up the ice. And like there's absolutely a butterfly effect to be had from having a second pair that can really move the puck, which is what Power and Kesselring can do.
Right, like that Kulik line has more chances last night playing with Power and Kesselring than they do when they're out there with Bryson and Ryan Johnson.
100%.
I definitely acknowledge that. But these guys were out there, and there were some chances, and they didn't get them when they came, and whenever they got to the offensive zone, it was just a lot along the wall. So, yeah, no, I get the injury point, but it's not the things that they struggled with last night. Most of those guys are available,
right,
and you didn't get the goals. I saw a stat yesterday that I think will matter a lot going into this game, the way the Bills have looked, the things they have struggled at, the things that Atlanta are very good at, and we can make this improving the game plan. Brought to you by Blue Star Home Services, your heating and cooling experts ready to improve your home's comfort plan. Get started at BlueStarHS.com. The Bills have been a bad tackling team so far this season. Bad tackling team. In fact, you look at some of the best players in the league at force missed tackle rate, and who's number one? A guy that's played the Bills, Kendre Miller, who did he break 6 tackles on the 1 touchdown run that he had? He did probably a lot of his damage right then and there. So he is number 1 in football in tackles avoided per carry, almost 40% rate. Number 2 in the league, to nobody's surprise, is Bijan Robinson, who the Bills will see on Monday. And if it's going to be another one of these, hey, this team's going to try to run on you games, how the Bills fare in that, they did just look pretty good doing it against New England. Like New England, how they beat the Bills was not what they really set out to do at the outset. If you watched how the Patriots played the Bills in the first half of that game, they were lining up with a lot of I formation, a lot of fullback, a lot of 2 tight end sets, and they were trying to run the ball right at the Bills, and they really weren't having a ton of success doing that. It was only when they started to open things up with May and threw the ball to Diggs. I mean, Diggs got the first pass of the game, and then he didn't catch another pass until I think it was the 4th drive of that game between the Bills and the Patriots. So what was their original plan? I mean, they came out thinking they were going to run it all over the Bills. And how did that end? 22 carries for 71 yards. All right, week 6 in the NFL. It's Jeremy and Joe, Football Friday here on WGR. Already had last night's game between the Giants and the Eagles. I like that start. Nice little upset win over Philadelphia. 9:30. We got another London game this week. The Jets and the Broncos. 7.5-point favorites the Denver Broncos are in that game. The Jets are... Man, there's nothing happening there that I was wrong on that even. Like, I thought Aaron Glenn would come in, they'd look professional, they would, they'd be competitive.
Yeah.
They'd keep scores low, and it looked like the 2017 Bills. And it looks nothing like that at all.
Same. I thought it would be interesting to see whether that defense would get a little stiffer and keep games tight.
Yeah.
Like, I like the idea of Aaron Glenn, except it just doesn't seem like any of that is really taking hold there.
Yeah.
Might just be the, Jets vibes overpower all, it seems.
So I saw on ESPN earlier Mike Tannenbaum, who is good for like one ridiculous trade idea a year.
Yeah.
Where he has no fundamental, perception of what value is in the league. This one maybe is not totally that, but he had the Chiefs trading a 4th-round pick for Breece Hall.
Whoa.
Who is a free agent at the end of the year. That's an interesting one because he's good.
Yeah,
he's darn good.
Yeah.
And if they're not going to pay him, put him on a good team.
That's scary.
And that could be like Barkley light from last year.
Mm-hmm.
Barkley goes from can't do everything he probably it has the potential for in New York. He goes to a good team, and you see what it could be. Breece Hall, I think, is a watered-down version of that. I think Breece Hall goes to a good team and look like that could really explode.
Yeah, I mean, if he ends up on the Chiefs, I will not be pleased.
No, I don't want to see that happen.
We talk about Kamara ending up over there and that being nightmare fuel. I mean, that Hall would be another step up from that.
Hall might be worse because he's young and he could probably do it for them for 5 years.
Exactly. Like, he would be a long-term thing there, and I think he's probably at this point he's probably a little more explosive than Kamara is at their ages.
Yep.
So
we'll see if they go down that route. But I expect the Broncos to smoke the Jets.
Yeah.
Cleveland and Pittsburgh in the 1 o'clock window. Still Dylan Gabriel, and the Steelers are off their bye. We'll see. They could take a 4-game lead over Baltimore this weekend. If they can beat Cleveland and the Ravens with a backup quarterback lose to the Rams, I mean, the Steelers have a real shot here to get a big lead.
And I still believe in them, not even a little bit. I can't get behind that team being anything.
This is a yearly tradition. The Steelers will be 4-1, and we're going to be yelling in these microphones. They're not actually good.
Right.
We know they're not good, but they're 4-1. The Cardinals and the Colts. The Colts are big favorites here. You'd expect that. Right. They've looked great. I kind of want to be on the Cardinals here.
I'm waiting for that Daniel Jones return to earth game.
And the stat Jeremy had yesterday about how it's only quarters 1, 2, and 3. So you're skipping the 4th quarter, which is a lot to do. But in the 1st through 3rd quarters, the Cardinals are the number 1 defense in the NFL by EPA per play. So, all right, a good defense that just can't finish yet, but maybe this happens here, against... I'm waiting for that too, like that regression from Daniel Jones. They might not need it. They might be able to avoid it though because their run game is so good.
Right. That's the counter argument to that.
But it's a big spread, and the Cardinals are coming off a week where like the coach got fined and him and the running back getting into it. Like, I could see that team rallying around that and coming out and keeping it close. I don't know. I picked them to win because I don't think Kyler Murray doesn't have it for me.
Yeah, no. I wouldn't pick them to win, but I would not be surprised to see them keep it tighter than is expected.
Also, we should be rooting for the Cardinals at this point because they are right now the 1 seed. So root against the Colts. Rams and Ravens. It's probably going to be Cooper Rush again. And if it is, the Rams should just bury him. The Rams are a great team.
The Rams are legit.
Yeah.
Puka's legit. Stafford's still slinging it.
Puka's going to go for 250 yards in this game.
It's going to be gross.
Blowout coming for the Rams. Seahawks and Jaguars. Little who's who for me.
Yeah, right?
I like Seattle a lot.
Who's real here?
Yeah.
Which one of you guys is a real team? I totally agree with that. Like quarterbacks, the team as a whole, like which one are you going to come out here and just be like, all right, we're the actual decent NFL team here.
We're as good as our record says.
The mirage of whatever. Like, I think that's an interesting game.
Seattle, I mean, they've played some close games. They have the one blowout over New Orleans. But I think they're the right combination of the defense looks good and the quarterback looks good.
Yeah.
So I'm buying it. And Jacksonville, I'm not fully there yet.
No.
Elsewhere in week 6, still in the 1 o'clock window, Cowboys and Panthers get a lot of offense in that game.
Yeah.
And more so because the defenses are terrible.
Right. The offenses kind of stink too, but the defenses are just all-time bad.
Tat McMillan breakout game coming your way for sure. Chargers and Dolphins. The Dolphins are going to give up 200 yards to running backs. Yeah. But the problem here is, let's see, the Chargers are down to their 3rd and 4th string running backs with 2 linemen out. If the Dolphins can't stop the Chargers this week from running the ball, they won't stop anyone all season from running the ball. That's a 1 o'clock game. New Orleans and New England. That's a close spread. 3.5.
Really?
I mean, New Orleans has looked feisty.
Yeah.
They don't have a good record. They win last week against the Giants mostly because of turnovers, but we saw it against the Bills. We saw it a couple other times. The only game we haven't seen it is Seattle. Seattle, they got buried right away.
Murdered.
Every other game, they've looked competitive.
That feels like a surprising line after a Pats upset win against the Bills.
I guess not everyone's fully buying in that New England is actually good yet. Anyways, now we're into the 4 o'clock window. Titans and Raiders. Those are 2 bad football teams. The who will be last in the AFC reverse power rankings next Tuesday bowl?
That is exactly what that is. That's a disgusting
100%.
Football game.
I'm with Bulldog, by the way. I heard him say this earlier in the week. The more people I see analyze Cam Ward's film on the year, or I see he's got like the most EPA lost in the league this year by drops.
Yeah.
The more and more I see on Cam Ward, the more I think he actually might be pretty good, and you're just never going to see it this year because he's got nothing to work with.
I have thought he was awesome since the draft process and have not been wavered by any of the mess that's going on down there because, I think his team around him is as bad as it gets.
Yep.
I mean, it is a nightmare scenario down there for a rookie quarterback, and he's just trying to live.
Yeah. So keep in mind, I did say almost this exact same thing about Cam Ward 3 weeks ago after he got shut out by Houston, and then he didn't really do much against the Colts. So, but again, I think I'm waiting for next year, new coach, add a receiver, add a lineman, and then
get some help in there.
Because he seems like he's got
game, man.
I think he's got game.
He can sling it. He's a leader. I like him a lot. It's just that situation needs to improve.
Turnover-worthy throws, I saw he's actually near the bottom of the league.
Yeah.
Like, in terms of, like, he's throwing the fewest.
Right.
Which is kind of crazy, too, for a rookie that has the rep right now that he's throwing a lot of picks. Niners and Bucks. Banged up Niners team. That's probably going to be Mac Jones again. Tampa's fun. Tampa's the most fun team in the league to watch right now.
Awesome.
How's that for a take?
Oh, I agree with that.
The most fun team to watch right now in the league, Tampa.
Baker's juking guys out of their shoes.
Yep.
Ibuka's a monster.
Yep.
Yeah, they're awesome.
Bengals and Packers, that's a monster spread, 14.5 points with Joe Flacco starting for the Bengals right away. Listen, I know the Packers look good and the Bengals are a joke, but
it's a big number.
I would take almost Green Bay at 14.5. They haven't been perfect enough yet this year to earn that.
Exactly.
So I'd be on the Bengals there.
Me too.
With the spread, clearly, not to win the game. Lions and Chiefs, we talked about. That's the Sunday night matchup. That's in Kansas City. And then the other Monday night game, Bears and Commanders. That is the rematch from last year's Hail Mary.
Mm-hmm.
Jaden Daniels is back, and he's playing. He is a good MVP bet right now. We can't bet MVP, but he only missed a couple games, and he's going to put up the numbers for it. So he's going to need some help. He's going to need Josh Allen to not go nuclear and, be 15-1.
Right. Take
16-1. But I think Daniels has got a real look at MVP, the way he's playing. Yeah. He's on the season. It's only 3 games. He's averaging 221 yards a game throwing. He's got 4 touchdowns, no picks. And then running the ball at another 41 yards per game on top of that, averaging, 5 yards a carry. Like, he's good. Not that anyone's surprised by that, but yeah, they just think he's one of the great quarterbacks immediately. There's no CJ Stroud regression coming for him.
No.
In my opinion.
I don't see it either.
All right, that's week 6 in the NFL. So your biggest rooting interest games, non-Bills division. Lions over the Chiefs. Yep. You want Cardinals over the Colts. And is there another one you should care a lot about? Those are the big 2.
Yeah, those are the big ones.
Those are the big 2 you want. You want the Cardinals to win, and you want the Lions to win. 803-0550, the phone number. We have a minute coming up, a couple minutes in Extendo Sports if you want to get a thought in. Sabres get shut out last night. We'll get you off to the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sean McDermott around 10:30 this morning with Sal, so stay tuned for that. Coming up here on WGR. Norris is hurt. Again, I mean, that was... Could it have been any faster? I mean, I saw a couple from around the league, like Greg Wyshynski was one. This is not surprising, but like it's almost ridiculous that it happened that quickly. One game in, we just had him on the other day talking about how all the training work that he did in the offseason with the Sabres' new strength and conditioning team that he has a relationship with, and how he's never felt better going into a year. You do kind of, you're frustrated, but you also do feel for a guy like that because he is a good player, and the guy just can't stay on the ice, and his career is being derailed in front of our eyes because he just can't stay on the ice. And man, it's one night, right? And it's one game. They're not going to get shut out every night. They're probably not going to get shut out on Saturday. I think they win on Saturday. Boston's won their first 2 games. I still think that's a bad hockey team. Colorado, I'm not so confident about, but it's not going to look that bad every night. But it just happened to be at the start of the year. The Norris injury, though, is the long-term thought you should be having this morning.
Oh yeah,
because if this is going to continue like this, where it's 3 games for the Sabres last year, and he's injured. And this year it's 1 game for the Buffalo Sabres, and he's injured. And all the past injuries that he had in Ottawa, he's never played a full year. If this is going to persist, we got a bigger problem than even just this season.
Oh, yeah.
He is under contract for a long time. He's under contract till 2030 at $7.95 million a year. I mean, if he can't play the sport more than 50 games a year, at that number, it's just that's not great. So that's not a great thought to have this morning.
I heard Paul on my way home from the game say, like, if he's out long term, this team's going nowhere.
I mean, Kulik is your number 1 center suddenly, and maybe you don't hate that much, but it's you get thin quick. You get thin quick.
I was counting on Norris to replace a lot of that Peterka offense.
Right.
That's what, and the team obviously is too. That's the clear. This is where that's coming from.
Yeah.
And if it's gone.
Yep.
Good luck.
I was not ready to show up this morning. The way we talked yesterday, I thought, I'm expecting them to look good, and I'm really, really worried about the goaltending. The flip end actually maybe happened is they didn't score a goal, but I kind of felt pretty good about how the goalie looked.
I loved his game last night. I know, like... Yeah, and I'm giving up 4, and it looks kind of lopsided, and his save percentage isn't going to be any good off of that game. But I thought he made an unbelievable first save of the game off of a one-timer shot, glove save to just
20 seconds in.
Right in, which was a really, really solid start. Like, that just gives your team a second to, like, okay, we could have given one up there. We didn't. Our guy bailed us out. Let's get rolling. And they did not do that. And he was their best player in the first period by a mile, in my opinion. He looked calm and confident. He read plays really, really well. Everything that could have gotten eaten up by him got eaten up. Everything that touched his chest protector stayed in his chest protector, and he did a great job of providing them every opportunity to win that game. And you need a goal. You give them a performance like that through whatever it was, 47 minutes, that you give them a 1-goal deficit to come back out of, and your team can't give you one, and that's all you can ask of a goalie, really. Like, you're never expecting your guy to play any better than Lyon did last night, I don't think.
Yeah, at least in the
from
first
the group
57
that they
minutes.
Like,
Definitely.
You're not getting much better than that on a consistent basis. There'll be an outlier game here or there where you'll get a really good night out of a guy.
Yeah.
But if that's what you're getting out of Lyon consistently, you're going to win games if you can score.
Yeah.
So you've got to score.
Yep.
So I thought he played really well. I'm encouraged by it. I think he's back in there on Saturday against Boston.
I would definitely put him right back out there. You know, technically, someone on the Sabres payroll did score a goal last night. He just doesn't play for the Sabres. Jeff Skinner scored in his first game for the Sharks last night. Cool.
Of course he did.
Sweet. I saw someone just pointed out to me that last night, not to twist the knife here, but as the Sabres got shut out, Jeff Skinner, Casey Middlestat, Dylan Cousins, and Eric Robinson all scored goals last night. Sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
That is not...
We're back.
Not the best of feelings.
We are so back. Hockey season. Let's go.
What are we going to do?
All right. We're going to watch it, and...
cry.
We're going to continue to be dormant volcanoes. What else? Tonight, baseball, Mariners and Tigers.
Yeah.
Skubal, right?
Skubal. He is so fun to watch pitch. There's some fun pitchers in the league now. I feel like, I don't know if it's just that I'm getting back into baseball, but there's some young pitchers that can just sling it. Skubal's awesome. Skeens is obviously great. I mean, the Red Sox kid, Peyton Tolle, is awesome to watch, too. There's a lot of guys that are fun to watch pitch now, so it's been fun baseball season.
I think this has been my favorite baseball playoffs in a long time.
Same. It's been great to watch.
For me, and I'm not even a Red Sox fan, probably since, is there another one in between? 04 is amazing. Since then, when you got that Blue Jays Rangers series in 15, but I don't remember anything else from the playoffs. I'm much more plugged in this year.
Is that
I think
your
that's
favorite
a
home
credit
run
to
you ever
the.
saw? That Bautista bat flip? You were there, right?
I was not there, but that was my favorite for sure.
That's awesome, that play.
I don't even think it's close. I don't even know what number 2 would be.
I know.
Number 2 might be Ortiz in 04.
Yeah, that's mine.
We'll see you later tonight.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. The This Cam Scatabo guy, huh?
Dude,
he's not going to last very long the way he's playing. So last night, he's just a bowling ball. He's running into people. He's doing backflip celebrations. He's ripping off his shirt with Ryan Fitzpatrick after the game. Like, this dude is a maniac.
Did you see him and Dart after the game?
Yeah.
As he was getting interviewed, they started like headbutting each other. Just with no helmets on, just like as he's getting interviewed, they're just headbutting each other.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing?
The other day, Dable's doing a press conference, and while he's like, Scatabo's in the background, just going, woo! Like, just, he had the pause. Hold on a second. Scatabo.
Right. I saw a bunch of quotes from an ESPN article where they were asking teammates to describe Scatabo, and like everybody's just like, all he does is yell, and he's wrong half the time. He's an idiot, but he's like unbelievably fun to watch. I've never like. Who's a running back that like Marshawn Lynch, where he's just dragging guys into the end zone, bulldozing people, and slamming his helmet on the ground? It is crazy to watch him play.
Yep,
I love it.
All right. That is going to do it for us. Stay tuned for the Northtown Automotive Extra Point Show. Sean McDermott will join. No game designations today, but see what kind of injury update we get from Sean a little bit later on. So stay tuned for that. Get your calls in with Sal, and I'll talk to you next on Monday, which will be a different type of Buffalo Bills football Monday, but this will be previewing a game rather than recapping a game. So Monday Night Football, Bills, Falcons. Talk to you about it on Monday. Stay tuned for Sal coming up next here on WGR.